Hey, it's a pleasure to have everyone in the room today. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 1 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Williams.
I'm here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm here.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Cook.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
Councilmember Rist.
Council, let the record show that Councilmember Rist is here. There he is. All right, colleagues, any announcements? Chelsea. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming. I might be speaking on the same thing as a couple of my colleagues. We had the opportunity to go on a bus tour to see some of the trails that are in the planning stage and also in the development stage across the city yesterday. Something that I think was on a lot of people's minds was how great those are going to be when we have walkability through large swaths of Durham, and some awesome, the theme of the day was connectivity is what I heard. And so it's going to be really great when we have access to all of that green space and the ability to move by walking, by biking, alternatives to our streets, and alternatives to being in cars, I should say. And I think another thing that was on folks' minds and that I just want to sort of bring awareness to was that we are a little bit behind the times, I think, on these developments, and it's awesome that we're starting them now. And I think a lot of people expressed that we wish that we had started those things sooner. Obviously, can't go back in time and fix that. And I think it's important to just acknowledge that Durham is changing. It's a changing landscape. And with that change comes a lot of things, good and bad. And that there is a lot of history of hurt in some of these communities and disproportionate resource distribution. And so I just think that those are important things for us to think about, even as we celebrate moving forward all of the awesome work that is going on. I'm just so impressed with the staff. Met folks who have been working on some of these trail systems for 6-7 years. That's their sole job, and they are loving it. So I'm so impressed with staff, and I was so grateful to get to go on that tour yesterday. But I did want to bring light to the fact that, of course, those feelings are complicated, and we have to keep all of that history in mind as we're thinking about those things. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. No, Council Member. Profession is mixing in together here. Councilmember Baker. All right, Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, good afternoon. I just want to associate myself with Councilmember Cook's comments and just really thank DOST, Durham Open Spaces and Trails Commission. They're one of our more active commissions, and these are, city and county residents who dedicate a lot of time, volunteer time, to make our city or our community a better place to live. And so just want to shout them out. Also want to remind folks it's Bike Month, and I did the brave thing and rode a bike today to work. Next Thursday is Ride Your Bike to Work Day, and we are not in session next week. So I went ahead and did it early to get it out of the way. So before it gets too hot. So just reminding folks, it is Bike Month. Bike Durham has a lot of events. BPAC is also, our Bike Pedestrian Advisory Commission is also really active in our Rite of Silence, which is to honor folks who have been killed in accidents, is next Wednesday. And we have had some recent tragedies around 2 pedestrian deaths. So just want to remind folks to come on out. We start at CCB Plaza next Wednesday. Thank you.
It doesn't include scooters and skateboards.
I think it does include scooters and skateboards. Cool. Yeah.
I do it every day then. All right. Councilmember Freeman, any announcements? All right, Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council colleagues, Madam City Manager. Also shout out to and the staff and the general public. Also shout out to my son, Jared Rist, who's there in the audience joining us for the public comment period. So thanks for joining us, Jared. Proud to see you here. Just a couple of things. So first of all, I want to let you know I'm no hero, but I did get up early on Tuesday after a long city council meeting on Monday to meet with Don. Where's Don in the back? My friend Don from Water Management. Yeah. very early to go on a long tour of water treatment and water water management facilities. And that included the Lake Mickey Dam, which is kind of amazing to see. Little River Dam, where there were aerial insectivores, I'll just point out. The Tier Quarry, the Brown Water Management Treatment Plant, Brown Water Treatment Plant, and the North Durham Water Reclamation Facility on Club Boulevard. So again, want to thank Don and his colleagues, Joe and others, for being so kind to me and sharing so much during the day. I mean, the experience is almost hard to describe, and I want to encourage all of you, if you have the chance to go on one of these tours with Don and his staff. The level of complexity and science and commitment and staff. I mean, this is our third largest staff group, right? City manager, let's see. So large number of staff who are completely dedicated to this work of providing clean water when we turn on the tap. It's pretty amazing. So I'm almost without words. I guess I'll paraphrase Winston Churchill, who said something like this: never was so much owed by so many to so few. And especially because of folks who work for water management mostly work out of sight of the public, right? We don't see them. The dams aren't accessible to the public. So these are folks who are working hard day to day, doing really incredible science, again, to make sure that when we get up in the morning, we turn on the tap and there's clean water. So it's pretty amazing. So encourage you all to do that. Again, thanks to Don and his staff who do an amazing job of the water management department. Second thing I want to say is the city's representative, city council's representative to the Recreation Advisory Committee. We met, again, an early morning meeting that was on Wednesday. And so one of the things that happened with Wade and the staff was there's a presentation about all that the DPR is doing with respect to parks, recreational opportunities, and camps over the summer. And so given our discussion on Monday about summer camps and the challenges and the needs, I thought it'd be great for Wade or his staff to do that same presentation with the council at our next work session, which would be on May the, what is that, like the 23rd? Is that what the date of that is? Is that correct? Yeah. So if I get a thumbs up from members of the council, I'd love to have Wade bring that presentation to our work session on the 23rd. I think also if the manager's okay.
Colleagues, let me first check with staff. We can squeeze that in there on the agenda.
I'm sure we can.
We get, y'all know how to make magic happen anyway. But it would be on us to be here longer, but I'm for it if my colleagues are. I think you'll be moved by what you'll see.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I got.
You. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm just really quickly, sometimes our meetings go long. I will have to leave by 5 p.m. if we're not done. I'm just saying it. Let's hope not, but you know, we've had some record meetings lately.
All right, we're here by 5 p.m. I'm leaving with you. No, we'll get out of here. Just one housekeeping thing. We have quite a few presentations today. However, they are all city internal. One of those presentations require engagement of members of the public. That's item number 36. Is that right? Yeah, item Justice Matters, yeah. Colleagues, would you all be okay if we address that one first so that they don't have to sit through the entire meeting? All right, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, when do citizen comments? When is that?
That'll be,
oh, there's no.
Yeah, it's next.
Okay.
Yep. All right, thank you all. And also this morning, I had an opportunity, other matters. Had an opportunity to attend and share remarks at the Greater Futures breakfast for the Boys and Girls Club. We do have a very historic Boys and Girls Club in Durham, and was able to be there amongst other community members and just share remarks. And many folks in the crowd was moved to tears after listening to the stories presented by some of the youth. I didn't cry. I never really cry when it comes to kids. My eyes got a little watery and I had to get some napkins or whatever, but just wanted to highlight the amazing work that they are doing over at the Boys and Girls Club. Something that really stuck with me was, kids aren't here because we are keeping them off the streets. They just happen to not be on the streets and in these camps and this after school program where they're learning to be leaders, they're learning to be better people. And I think that that is so vital. I don't, of course, obviously we're engaging our youth in positive activity. No, they're not going to be on the streets. But I want to really just highlight the amazing work that is being done there and in many other occasions. And the reason why it was so personal is because, once again, we woke up this morning to more gunfire in the streets of Durham. And anytime this happens, as I said the other night, as you all know, colleagues, we receive a text message, but there are folks that have to go out and deal with this, in the streets. Without going into detail, this particular time, I received a frantic phone call directly, from someone saying, "Hey, there's what do we do? There's about to be retaliation." Just really upset. And I appreciate, Chief Andrews being able to just, take that information and react. But, it's summertime. We know the situation with our parks. We know that we are mitigating that. And again, no one living today put lead in the parks of Durham. No one. But the folks who are living today and working in the city today are the ones that are mitigating that, and we're going to make it right. But we want to make sure that we have as many resources for our kids to be engaged. And we want to make sure that we are prioritizing that just like we're prioritizing everything else. And with our youth, if not even more so. And I know that there, as I stated before also, there is not a binary of protesting Israel and Gaza and, addressing the situation with our youth. There is, you'll find, me being anti-war all the time. But what you'll find me practically, really focusing on and doing is trying my best to proactively, as well as in the most efficient way possible, react to what's happening on the streets right here in Durham. And so that's where my energy will go. And that's what I plan to focus on, because this is happening on a daily basis right before us. And I just want to make sure that that's always top of mind. All right, so that being said, we are going to have priority items by the city manager. JusticeMatters.
Good afternoon.
One second. Is this out of order?
No.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Williams, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the Durham City Council. I have several priority items for you, and I will read them into the record and for your consideration this afternoon. Agenda item number 18, construction services contract with Simon Roofing and Sheet Metal Corp for the Carolina Theater Roofing Renovation Project. City Council is being asked to suspend the rules and vote on this item during the May 9th, 2024 work session, so materials can be procured sooner for the Carolina Theater Roofing Renovation Project. Agenda item number 19, the intent to declare property as surplus. A presentation will be made during the May 9th, 2024 City Council work session. Agenda item number 27, resolution to support the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, UNRBA, fiscal year 2025 budget. A presentation will be made during the May 9th, 2024 City Council work session. Agenda item number 35, fiscal year 2024-25 proposed budget and fiscal year 2025 to 30 capital improvement plan. A presentation will be made during the May 20th, 2024 City Council meeting. Agenda item number 38, consolidated annexation, Sheffield Farms. This item is being referred back to the City County Planning Department. Agenda item number 42, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, ARPA, interlocal agreement with Durham County to support culture and arts recovery efforts. A supplemental item was added. And finally, agenda item number 43, contract with Mythics LLC to replace the current enterprise resource planning ERP system with the Oracle Fusion Next Generation ERP solution. A supplemental item was added to your agenda. That is all I have this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Madam Attorney. Have any? We need to. Yeah. So right now, I'll entertain a motion to approve the priority items by City Manager Page.
Could I ask a quick question about this?
I'll
No.
have the motion in a second and then discussion.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll so move.
All right, any discussion?
This is just for my curiosity, but number 38, was that on their own request or was that something the Sheffield that was on their own request? I'm getting a yes. Okay, that was the only one. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
A point of inquiry.
Yes.
The manager asked us to suspend and vote on a particular item. Will this vote just to approve the item satisfy that? Or do we actually need to suspend the rules and vote on item number 18? Do we need, go ahead.
Oh, you know what?
So you didn't actually take the vote to accept her priority items. That needs to be done first.
And then we'll.
And then you need to suspend the rules, take motion vote on that, and then you can vote on the actual item.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the past, all right, that's fine.
I'm sorry, Kim Rayberg, City Attorney.
And thank you for that, because in my mind, I'm thinking May 9th is the next work session. That's actually today. So, all right, if there are no other discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, all opposed. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, are you good?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. The City Clerk's office has no priority items today.
I was just making sure you had that vote recorded, because I
And I do have the vote recorded,
Okay.
7-0. Thank you.
gotcha. Thank you. All right, now I'll entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Move to suspend.
Second.
All right, all in favor, please respond by aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. Now, we have to read that motion, right? All right. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the General Capital Improvement Project Ordinance fiscal year 2023, 2024 as amended, the same being ordinance number 16163 for the purpose of covering higher than anticipated bid prices for project code CC 406 Carolina Theater roof and structural repairs in the amount of $224,842.
Move as read. Second.
Just point of inquiry myself. These are all separate, correct? Okay. There's been a motion and a second discussion.
Also, just noting, I'm on the Carolina Theater Board, and I just want to make sure that I'm not voting on that.
Right. Yep. Thanks for catching that.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a question on that, or if this is the time.
Yes.
So we're not going to talk about this agenda item later. This is the time to talk about it, correct?
Yes.
So as I understand from the background prepared by the city staff, so we want to reallocate surplus funds from DBAP upgrades to help pay for additional costs for the Carolina Theater roof. Is that correct?
The answer to that is yes. The answer is yes.
And so my only question is like, I want to make sure we're not sort of like taking funds from somewhere and then getting in trouble elsewhere. So like, what is the impact going to be on the DBAP, if anything?
So staff is here to respond, and that project is complete. Go ahead. Mr. Sir.
The DBAP project is complete. Personal hotspot available. We did that project. We've done the reconciliation. The mic is now on, and these are remaining funds. They'll go back to the city, and because of the need for the budget, we have recommended to reallocate to the need for the Carolina Theater. So everything's complete at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park project.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And just as a matter of process, I do recall a couple months ago, we did reallocate unused CIP funds, right? So are we just now like voting? I think we did that, right? Didn't we talk about that? So now we're just acting to sort of commit the dollars? Is that?
Correct.
All right, all in favor, please respond by aye, right hand.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right,
The motion passes 6-0.
thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the ballpark capital improvement project ordinance fiscal year 2023-2024 as amended, the same being ordinance number 116170 for the purpose of relocating surplus funds in the Durham Bulls Athletic Park Upgrades Project Code CC 050 to support additional costs to the Carolina Theater in the amount of $224,842.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Yes. Oh, yes.
Just making the same note because it's in relation to Carolina Theater.
Thank you. Any other comment? All right, all in favor, please respond by right hand and aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Simon Roofing and Sheet Metal Corporation for the construction of the Carolina Theater roofing renovation in an amount not to exceed $938,297.76.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please respond by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. And I'll now entertain a motion to establish a contingency fund in the amount of $140,744.24.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please respond by right hand and aye. Aye. All opposed?
Motion passes 6-0.
And now, lastly, I'll entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute modifications to the contract with Simon Roofing and Sheet Metal Corporation, provided that the total contract amount, including existing contingency funds, does not exceed $1,079,042. $1,079,042.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please respond by aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed. All right, thank you.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you so much, Madam Manager. Item 18 has been addressed. All right, and now we will, I'll read the consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Citizen, yeah, I did priority items. All right, now I'm on consent agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Attorney.
No worries, Mr. Mayor. The city attorney's office does not have any priority items today.
Thank you. I saw it all happen in my mind. I really did. Gosh, I also saw in my mind that the federal government gave us more ARPA funds, so it's one of those days. All right, and Madam Clerk, I did address your priority items. All right, all right. I feel like things are swimming around right now. All right, I'll now read the consent agenda. Citizens Matter, okay. All right. All these voices in my head.
You got it.
All right, number 1, Durham City County Environmental Affairs Board appointment. Number 2, Durham Affordable Housing Implementation Committee. Number 3, Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau Discover Durham appointment. Number 4, Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau Discover Durham mayoral appointment. Number 5, approval of city council minutes. Number 6, March 2024 bid report. Number 7, American Rescue Plan Act performance audit.
I'd like to-
Pull, yeah.
7. Got it. Number 8, U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration Airport Improvement Program Grant Offer. Number 9, City County Planning Department, Fiscal Year 2025 Work Program. Number 9. Number 10, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds, resolution providing approval of a multifamily housing facility to be known as Sankofa Landing in the city of Durham, North Carolina, and the financing thereof with multifamily housing revenue bonds.
I'll
You pull that.
Danielle thought I was funny for being spot.
Number 11, resolution confirming approval of a multifamily facility to be known as Commerce Street Apartments in the city of Durham, North Carolina, and the financing thereof with multifamily housing revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $27,861,000. Number 12, approval of Durham County Land Trustees Incorporated to receive a forgivable permanent construction loan to rehabilitate substandard rental units in Northeast Central Durham and the execution of the construction financing commitment letter.
I'll pull that.
Number 13, 2022 Continuum of Care Program Grant Project Ordinance.
I'll pull that one as well.
Number 14, contract for Locution Systems Incorporated Services Agreement. Number 15, 2024 Obligation Bond Referendum. Number 16, Cooperative Group Purchase Contract Street Sweeper. Number 17, Cooperative Group Purchase Contract Bucket Truck. Number 18, we already addressed that one. Number 19, Intent to Declare Property as Surplus. And number 20, American Rescue Plan Act, Project Fayetteville Street Corridor Improvements.
Mayor, will you pull that, please?
Number 21, American Rescue Plan Act, Revenue Replacement Project, Fayetteville Street Corridor Improvements.
I'll pull that too and use, deal with it in concert with 20. Thank you.
All right. Number 22, contract WS87C inspection and ombudsperson services for petition water, sewer, or installings and gear. Number 23, contract WS87 petition water and sewer installings and gear. Number 24, resolution accepting the local assistance for stormwater infrastructure investment grant award from the American Rescue Plan Act for the South Ellerbe Stormwater Restoration Project.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to pull, just want a big shout out for that one. That's the South Ellerbe Creek Stormwater Restoration Project that a lot of folks have been excited about. So it's exciting news. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 25, utility extension agreement with Healthy Start Education Incorporated to serve the Healthy Start Educational Facility. Number 26, EGI Stormwater Basin and retrofit opportunity evaluations. Number 27, resolution to support the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, UNRBA, fiscal year 2025 budget presentation. Number 28, contract with Wildlands Engineering Incorporated for the Southeast Durham Watershed Improvement Plan. Number 29, amendment number 5 to the contract number 19904, assignment agreement for the management and operations of the Go Durham Access Service. Number 30, fiscal year 2025 Durham County Transit Work Program funding agreements. 31, shared active transportation, shared micromobility ordinance revision.
Pull that one.
Number 32, award of bid term purchase contract for computer maintenance management system from Brightly Software Incorporated. Number 33, award of contract for Caterpillar methane engine overhaul from Gregory Pool Equipment Company. Number 34, blanket purchase order agreement with Ferguson Enterprises LLC for census water meters and components. And we have our presentations, budget and management services, number 35, fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed budget, and fiscal year 2025-2030 capital improvement plan. We have the 36, presentation of the Immigration Legal Defense Pilot Project from JusticeMatters, which we will be moving first, presentation wise. We have number 37, permanent closing of a 479 linear foot portion of Dacian Avenue. 38, consolidated annexation Sheffield Farms, which refer back to staff. Number 39, consolidated annexation Fayetteville Road, multifamily. Number 40, zoning map change 4917 and 5005 Chinpen Road. 41, consolidated annexation Virgil Road assemblage. Number 42, American Rescue Plan Act, interlocal agreement with Durham County to support culture and arts recovery efforts. And 43, contract with Mythics LLC to replace the current enterprise resource planning system with the Oracle Fusion Next Generation ERP solution.
Mr. Mayor, I need to pull item 5.
Yeah. All right, number 5 has been pulled. I have a question about number 43, so I'll pull that. All right. All right, at this time, we have, I'm going to go ahead. I'll go back to the pulled items so we can just get right into that, to the business, but I'll go ahead and address the Citizens Matters. I have online Mr. Dwarren Langley. Mr. Langley, can you hear me? Mr. Langley, can you hear me? All right, we'll come back. Oh, yes.
I was waiting for the clerk. Thank you. But good afternoon, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, as well as members of the City Council, senior members of staff. Thank you all for the opportunity to share. I did hear on Monday where organizations were sharing their needs around financial support from the City of Durham, and I again come on behalf.
Oh, Mr. Langley, I'm going to interrupt you. I see that you're talking. You will just hold on. We see your closed caption, but we cannot hear it or see you.
I'm not sure. Can you all hear me now?
One moment, Mr. Langley. No, we can't, not yet. Just hold on.
What about now?
No, not yet.
Still can't hear me?
Say that one more time.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I guess we'll move to in-person speakers. We'll come back to online. All right, first person I have is Jared Rist. Yep, the button on the right, and the mic will turn green. There you go.
That button. All right. Excellent. All right. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jared Rist, and I'm the younger son of Councilmember Carl Rist. First off, these comments are my own, and I do not intend to represent or speak for my dad. I'm here to share some important information about the practice of adding fluoride to the municipal water supply. I'm not the foremost expert on this topic, but I was well educated in Durham public schools, and I received a master's degree from Duke's Nicholas School of the Environment in Durham, where amongst many things we discussed water quality, chemical exposure, and learned to read scientific studies. What studies have shown in the last year about adding fluoride to drinking water is highly concerning. The National Institute of Health reviewed the research on fluoride exposure and its impact on brain function in humans. The final report was released in 2023 and showed that fluoride exposure was associated with lower IQ in children in 52 of 55 studies. In other words, the more fluoride consumed by children, the lower their IQ was. For context, Durham has added fluoride to its drinking water since 1957. While many communities in America add fluoride to their water, the US is one of few countries in the world that chooses to do this. In fact, only 2% of Western Europe has chosen to add fluoride to their water. Part of the reason so few countries have followed America's lead on this practice is that the claims of oral health benefits on the population have proven negligible at best. Some major American cities like Portland, Oregon, have voted in a referendum against adding fluoride to their water. So currently there is a federal court case between the Fluoride Action Network and EPA that is debating whether the EPA needs to regulate fluoride as a toxic substance under the Toxic Substances Control Act. Many scientists have been called in as expert witnesses to detail the dangers and multiple health impacts of adding fluoride to water, including the lead scientists who helped the EPA develop its standards on lead. While the Fluoride Action Network versus EPA continues to play out in federal courts, the decision to continue to add fluoride to Durham's city water currently sits right here with City Council. One of the basic scientific principles I learned in Durham public schools was the precautionary principle. If you are not absolutely sure that something is safe, it is better to be cautious and protect people from potential harm. And the people most vulnerable to being harmed from continued exposure to fluoride are those with less means and privilege. Many wealthier people will buy expensive water filters or bottled water from the store, but this is not a choice that everyone can afford to make. I encourage council to consider ending this harmful practice of adding fluoride to the water and move to protect the children, particularly the disadvantaged children of our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the next person I have, Anita Keith Faust. It's good to see you. It's been a while, Ms. Faust. It's good to see you all.
I'm Anita Keith Faust. My address is 323 West Trinity Avenue in Durham, North Carolina. I'm going to play you my statement.
Mayor Leonardo Williams and Durham City Council members, I come before you today as a concerned citizen regarding the police budget. In October 2023, a stranger was in our yard and approached our home, setting foot on our porch. My husband and I both called 911. After identifying myself as blind, the 911 operator informed me there were no police to dispatch and advised me to do what I had to do if the man entered our home. Another 911 operator later explained that officers were unavailable because they were working 30-hour shifts. I've been trying to obtain documentation of these conversations since October to confirm this. It's shocking and unbelievable to be told there are no available police officers to respond to emergencies. This situation highlights a critical shortage of police in Durham, allegedly a direct result of the City Council's decision not to hire additional officers. While I understand the distrust in law enforcement stemming from cases like George Floyd's, this distrust cannot justify leaving citizens without protection. Two actions must be taken to address this issue. 1. Allocate sufficient budget to hire more police officers to ensure adequate coverage for the city of Durham. 2. Train and deputize regular citizens, including those who are blind like myself, to protect ourselves when police are unavailable. These measures will help restore safety and trust in our community. Please consider my words and take the necessary steps to ensure that no citizen has to face a situation like mine without adequate police support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry about that experience. All right. Are we ready for online speakers? No? Oh, okay.
Can you all hear me now?
Okay.
Can you all hear me?
All right, Mr. Langley, we are going to makeshift this. So I'm going to ask that you let me know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, one moment. Okay, we're working on it. Can you get closer to the mic? We are going to makeshift. That's not going to work. I'll come back. So yeah, I will just come back to the. All right, I'll come back to the Citizens Matters online a little later. The items that I have. Are we good? Testing. Okay. All right. Items that I have pulled are number 5, number 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, 20, 21, 31, 43. All right. And we will, 1 second. Colleagues, I'm going to move those presentations on up, and then we'll get to our work. All right, so we'll address number 36 first, Justice Matters.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Temp, and members of council. My name is Carlos Hernandez with the City Attorney's Office. I'm here to introduce your presenters today. But before I do that, I wanted to give you some background on the Durham Immigrant Legal Assistance Program. Back August of 21, city entered into a 2-year grant agreement with Justice Matters to implement the then Durham Immigration Legal Defense Pilot Program. This was a 2-year grant of $250,000 each year. Last month, this council approved a new grant agreement for the 3rd year of this program, now titled Durham Immigrant Legal Assistance Program. With us from Justice Matters, we have Libby Coles, founder and executive director, Cheryl Chu, managing attorney, Elizabeth Heaterks, senior staff attorney, and Edith Galvan Lopez, director of impact and engagement. Thank you.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, Assistant Attorney Hernandez. I'm Libby Coles, Executive Director of Justice Matters. Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Temp Middleton, council members, Madam City Manager Page, thank you for your leadership and your service to Durham and for inviting us to present to you today. Councilmember Caballero, thank you for your leadership and for championing the well-being of our undocumented neighbors and for your leadership in bringing the Durham Immigrant Legal Assistance Program to reality. City Attorney Rayberg and Assistant City Attorney Hernandez, we are grateful for your guidance and help. Thank you. It's an honor to be here today with my colleagues who Carlos has introduced. We'll share a brief overview of Justice Matters and then an update for you on the program. Thank you for funding this program to promote equity and access to legal relief and promote the well-being of our undocumented neighbors here in Durham. I'm proud to live in a city that invests in this important work, and we stand with you in commitment to the well-being of all Durham residents. So I'll start with who we are. Justice Matters is a nonprofit law firm founded here in Durham in 2009. We recognize the expertise, the lived experience, and support invested by so many individuals and agencies like Legal Aid who have helped shape Justice Matters to be what we are today. We're proud to be a homegrown Durham nonprofit, and we're committed to our community. Our mission is to address the roots and repercussions of human trafficking. We do this by providing free trauma-informed family law and immigration legal services to our low-income neighbors in the Triangle and to survivors of human trafficking across the state. ILAP is one of two programs we created and provide to Durham specifically. The other is the Family Law Pro Se Center, which we hold at the Durham County Courthouse. There we serve kinship caregivers who have stepped up to care for children whose parents are unable or unavailable to do so. Our legal services provide foundational protections against exploitation, and through our trauma-informed approach, we help our clients overcome legal obstacles so they and their families can heal, flourish, and pursue their dreams. I'm delighted to welcome our managing attorney, Cheryl Chu, who will share a bit more about Justice Matters and the history of ILAP.
Thank you, Libby. Thank you so much for having us here today. And just to share a little bit more about who we serve, one thing we really try to focus on at Justice Matters is to continuously seek improvement to access to justice by lowering barriers to entry for our services and being equipped to provide services to individuals who really represent a diversity of backgrounds, experiences, and abilities. This is just a quick snapshot of some of our data representing the range of clients we serve. Since Justice Matters started, we've served clients from 80 nationalities, representing 22 different languages and spanning all age ranges. The bottom 4 percentages that you see up there represent data from our last fiscal year. Of note, while some of our clients have survived human trafficking and other similar traumas, many more are at heightened risk of exploitation due to risk factors such as lack of legal status in the United States. Next slide, please. This is our immigration law team, and I really would just want to highlight the individuals who make up this ILAP program. And so it is led by our immigration section lead, Savannah Best. And in the past years, our immigration team has really focused on serving survivors of crime, such as human trafficking, through affirmative visa applications to U.S. citizenship and immigration services. Thanks to the funding from the city, we were able to launch these additional immigration services, specifically removal defense or deportation relief for individuals who are facing removal from the U.S. through the Immigrant Legal Assistance Program, which is led by Senior Staff Attorney Elizabeth Heat-Dirks, joined by case specialist Christy Morell and our newest hire, Taylor Reynolds, who we were excited to welcome to our team just last month. Next page, please. This program was a really critical addition to our services, and it really was a team effort involving the city and key collaborators to bring this to life. Just a little bit about the history. In January of 2020, a working group of immigration attorneys and advocates convened by Councilmember Caballero started a series of roundtable discussions to consider the lack of access to legal services for undocumented residents of Durham and consequently the impact on these individuals, their families, and the community at large. The group identified several key needs, honing in on the need for and value of representation of non-detained individuals in immigration court who are facing removal from the United States. Some of what was discussed focused on the experience of clients shared with these various firms and nonprofits convened at these roundtables. Immigrant members of the Durham community who lack legal status in the U.S. are at heightened risk of exploitation, separation from their families, and other forms of trauma. Legal status and more temporary forms of relief from removal enable these individuals to remain here safely with their families and in their community. These factors are foundational protections against exploitation and other injustices. However, many individuals without immigration legal status lack access to these services that are needed to guard their due process rights and to secure their stability in their communities. Justice Matters was asked to host this program, and we were honored to take on this opportunity in alignment with our commitments to trauma-informed legal services and access to justice. The City of Durham funded an initial 2-year project through their budget. The contract was formalized in August 2021, and the first funding disbursement was made in October 2021. We moved forward to staff and launch the project, hiring our first staff in November 2021 and launching services in January 2022. We are one of just a small handful of organizations in the Triangle and really in the state of North Carolina providing free immigration legal services to individuals in removal proceedings. We've continued to grow and provide and serve clients over the past 2 years. And now I would like to turn it over to Elizabeth, who is going to share a bit more about our services through this program.
Thanks, Cheryl. So my name is Elizabeth Heaterks. I'm the senior staff attorney for the ILAP program. I'm very excited because we're finally fully staffed. We have 2 attorneys and 1 case specialist. The Durham ILAP promotes equity and access to legal relief and demonstrates Durham's commitment to the well-being of all residents. The program's primary goals, as you can see, are to increase identification of undocumented individuals in Durham County who are eligible for immigration relief, including relief from removal, which you may know more as deportation. You may hear somebody is in deportation. It's technically called removal proceedings. Our other goal is to increase access to trauma-informed legal services and to protect the due process rights and secure immigration relief. We provide legal services through a trauma-informed approach to create opportunities for our undocumented neighbors and to secure these protections, promoting their flourishing, as well as the safety and shared social and economic prosperity of all residents in Durham County. And this leads sort of to my next slide. There are over 4,900 Durham residents in removal proceedings in the Charlotte Immigration Court. And just as a background, there are 69 immigration courts across the United States. All of our residents in Durham go generally to the Charlotte Court. Charlotte Court serves the Carolinas for both North and South Carolina. The next closest court would be Atlanta or Sterling, Virginia. Sometimes we get residents who move from those areas. So of the 4,900, 4,000 are unrepresented. A big number. And so through ILAP, we have started to address this need by providing the free legal consultations and services. So since our program has begun through March 2024, we've provided, there's some statistics, 220 consultations. We've assisted 200 individuals in applying for immigration relief. We have started partnerships in the community with agencies like the Durham Crisis Response Center, El Centro Hispano, El Futuro, the LGBTQ Center, courts, schools, social service providers, and past clients. When we are not able to help potential clients, we provide information and referrals. We've provided over 160 referrals. Also, in the course of an ILAP consultation, we may identify family law needs, which Libby had talked about. We have the Durham Pro Se Center located in the Durham Courthouse. And we have a family law team. We have an attorney in Durham and in the Raleigh office who are able to meet these needs as well. Of the 200 individuals that we've helped, 14 have been granted termination of removal, meaning that their court cases have been terminated. And then there are 60 applications currently pending. If you're familiar with immigration law, there's T's, U's, VAWAs, asylum, and prosecutorial discretion. It's important to realize that immigration cases take a long time. If you have read in the news, asylum cases are backlogged for years. We have clients who come and they don't have a court hearing until 2026 or even 2027. So while our case outcome data so far is promising, many of the cases could remain pending for years to come. And I just wanted to give you a snapshot of sort of what these services mean to our clients. I was recently hired in August, and the past few months I've met some amazing clients, and I was going to highlight 3 of them. One was a young man who was referred from the LGBTQ Center. He'd been a victim of domestic violence in his own country, had been kicked out of his household because of his sexual identity, had suffered abuse, made his way to the United States into our community. Unfortunately, was a victim of domestic violence again. We helped him work with the police, the Durham police, to start the first part of his immigration visa process. Through that, we worked with the victim's advocate to help him secure more stable housing. And then probably the most important thing is we gave him a referral to El Futuro, where he was able to get therapy. And it was just a really rewarding experience for myself and our case specialist, because he had never told anyone before about the abuse that he had suffered. And it just shows that we were able to provide stability for him and get him started on his healing journey. Another client is a young woman whose sister was the victim of rape. The whole family was in removal proceedings. Our other members of the immigration team were able to work with the police to help. The clients reported the crime and cooperated with the investigation. But unfortunately, because this young woman was 19 years old, under the immigration laws, she did not qualify for any type of relief. So we were able to put a packet together for prosecutorial discretion, presented to the government, and we're able to get her immigration case terminated, which then gave her stability and her family, is that she's able to stay with her family. The third case is a Afghan case. This person, I'm sure if you've read the news, there was in 2021, 75,000 Afghans were evacuated. Many were not able to get out at that time, but have made their way to the United States nonetheless. We were able to file a complete asylum application for this man who happened to be a doctor under the former Afghan regime. And now he has his asylum application pending in court. And that brings me to the next slide. I met that client through community collaboration. Some of you may know there was the Afghan Support Center that was held at the Durham Ballroom in January. It involved 75 service providers in the community. There was about 1,300 Afghans in Durham. I don't know if you're aware of that. And about, I think 700 of them came to this support center. And JusticeMatters had provided free legal screenings, and we were able to identify this client during that process and then get him settled with an asylum case and services. We also have partnered with Church World Service, another Durham organization, to provide asylum services for 4 of their clients. And we continue to connect with local schools. We've met with ESL coordinators, local sports programs, if you know, Bull City Futsal, El Centro Hispano, Durham Crisis Response Center, El Futuro, who I've mentioned before. And we plan to just keep increasing our network to fulfill the goals of increasing identification for those who need these services and also access to trauma-informed services for our Durham residents. All right, now I'm going to turn it over to Edith.
Hi, everyone. Hello, City Council members. Again, my name is Edith Galvin Lopez. I'm the Director of Impact and Engagement at JusticeMatters, and I oversee our program metrics, evaluation, and monitoring, as well. I'm the contact person for other organization contacts. So at JusticeMatters, as we mentioned before, we provide trauma-informed legal services, and outside of just the time that they're in our office, those services and the time that we interact with them and beyond, it goes and impacts the lives of our clients and really ripple out into the well-being of their families and our community as a whole. ILAP makes it possible for our clients to secure work permits, which opens doors to employment and other job opportunities that weren't available before to them. And as well, ILAP makes it possible for children and young adults to access higher education as they continue and grow. It also makes it possible for victim survivors of crime to access medical and behavioral health services that also weren't available to them before. And they can also more confidently engage within the criminal justice system. And so as you can see, the impact of our services really connect to the social determinants of health and really contribute to the city's strategic goals that you all have put out. They promote, through our services, we're promoting shared economic prosperity, creating a safer community, and helping ensure that all of our neighbors can engage within our community. And together, we're helping Durham be a more welcoming and exclusive place to work and live. And so you can also see that the program meets a critical need as highlighted by Cheryl and Elizabeth in the prior slides, needs of our community members. And we continue to receive an increasing number of calls requesting services. And we're screening those in as they come. The data we presented has not substantially changed. If anything, immigration courts all around the country continue to deal with long processing times and huge backlogs, as they have been highlighted before. And for North Carolina, what that means, the number of pending immigration cases that Elizabeth mentioned and highlighted before in the Charlotte Immigration Court has steadily increased over time. Specifically for Durham, when it comes to removal cases, at the end of March of this year, there were a total of close to 5,000 pending cases in the immigration court, with only 873 of them being represented by an attorney. On top of that, the odds of having representation is quite low at 17.8%. And we know that having an attorney is directly correlated to a more higher success rate in immigration outcomes. As you can see, the access to legal services is so important, much needed for those in our community. And ILAP meets that critical need for members of and neighbors that we interact with. So thank you for funding this work. Together, we're impacting the well-being of Durham residents, their families, and community as a whole. And together through this project, we're helping Durham become a more diverse and welcoming community. Thank you. And we do also have, I think, maybe a few moments for questions, if there are any.
Well, I just want to say thank you, first of all, for this work. I'll pass it off to my colleagues first. Yes, Councilmember.
Y'all, this is a great presentation. Thank you so much. And actually the last slide touched on my question, but I didn't see the actual answer there. I was wondering, because the stats that y'all provided of the 74 applications, all of the ones who had actually moved through the system, you won, essentially, right? Those cases, you had 14 of those were. Yes. So what is the elevated chance of success when you have an attorney? What is the difference between having an attorney and not having an attorney in these proceedings? What do the statistics kind of show about that?
I think we'll have to get back to you on that.
But it's like
it is stark.
It's
but I don't have the exact number with us.
Yeah, no,
we're
I was
happy to
just
get back to you
curious.
on that.
I mean, I was just curious if you knew off the top of your head, because I know we hear this a lot of times in various places, right? If you have representation, your chances of success are so much more likely. But I was just wondering, do y'all end up working with pro bono attorneys? Do y'all have like a partnership program or anything that happens?
We work with the Duke Law School on several cases. And what are some of the other you would know also? That's our main partnership.
You have the new volunteer attorney.
Yes, we do have a new pro bono attorney in our office.
Awesome.
So yeah.
But truthfully, there are not many services in our community in the Triangle in North Carolina that provide free legal services.
There's a few in Charlotte because the court is based there. And so that's where they tend to be.
Right. I was just wondering, because I feel like I hear all the time you can practice in immigration court, right? No matter where your bar licensure is. And I hear people sort of wanting to get connected to this work, but I think like you're saying that the organizations haven't formally existed before y'all really filled that need in our community. So I'm glad to hear there's opportunities for volunteers and that y'all are working with students. That's really awesome as well. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Baker.
I just want to say thank you so much for all of your work. Wanted to come back to the number 1,300 Afghans who live in Durham County, and you all engage with how many? It was 700?
No. Sorry, that was at the Afghan Support Center, which was run by USCIS. We interact with Afghans as they come through our program. A lot of them were resettled by the resettlement organizations, Church World Service, Lutheran Services, USCRI in Raleigh. So it just happened to be that USCIS chose Durham as one of the support centers. But in doing some research on it, there was 1,300 that have been shown to be in the Durham area.
Amazing. Yeah, so Durham is an incredibly welcoming community, and that takes many different forms. And this is a critical form that takes legal representation. And so I want to commend council for prioritizing the funding for this, and commend you and your team and all of the work that you've put into it. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. We did find that statistic for council member Cook.
Yeah, thanks to one of my colleagues back there. So a 2016 study from AIC, the American Immigration Council, found that immigrants were 5 times more likely to obtain legal relief if they're represented by counsel.
Wow, that's incredible. Thank you.
Councilmember Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just first of all want to echo the comments from Councilmember Baker about this, the important work you're doing. Well, thank you for the presentation, but the important work you're doing in providing the service to ensure that Durham can be a very welcoming and accommodating place for our immigrant community. So it's really important that we lift that up. My question is only with only 17% odds of representation, how do you prioritize cases that come before you? You can't take everything that comes before you, right? So how do you prioritize that? I'm sure it's not easy. And I'm just probably, these are tough choices, but I'm just kind of curious what that looks like.
Thank you, council member. I will say we have not engaged in comprehensive strategic marketing and outreach yet, because we have been building this project. And with that, Cheryl.
It really is based on organizational priorities, which involve prioritizing individuals for ILAP, prioritizing individuals who are at more imminent risk of deportation or removal from the United States. So if they don't already have any type of relief pending, if they have an upcoming court date, our intake staff and also Elizabeth and our immigration team lead, Savannah, will prioritize those that are more urgent in nature, provide referrals to those that we cannot serve. We really try to focus on cases where we know that we can submit something and that it has a higher potential chance of success. And we will do our best to refer those who it seems like they do not have a form of relief to another immigration attorney who may be able to help them.
And just want to understand the legal sort of terminology. So like relief in this case means relief from some kind of legal remedy from a potential removal.
Correct. Yeah, I use that really broadly. So you're right. It could be relief from removal. It could take the form of an affirmative visa application to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services to grant them some form of either temporary or permanent legal status in the U.S. It could take the form of simply getting their cases terminated in immigration court so that they no longer have to go to immigration court and they're no longer at risk of facing a hearing where they could potentially end up with a removal order.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good to see y'all. I just wanted to say, and this is just context, obviously, unlike other forms of law, you are not granted an attorney with immigration. So that's one of the critical components. One of the reasons we also fund legal aid attorneys is because you also are not guaranteed representation in eviction proceedings. Additionally, I just want to add context. The Charlotte court is probably one of the hardest courts to win asylum in the United States. It is notorious. And so the fact that y'all have won anything is just, it's a marvel and a miracle. And so that means just super impressed with your work and dedication to our community. And I also want to share that there were lots of folks who were involved in the creation, which was now 4 years ago, refugee resettlement organizations, community advocates, for-profit attorneys, in the immigration world, lots of folks know each other. And so that brainstorming group was critical to the success of this program. And that was a collaborative and group effort to achieve, I think, the wins that we're seeing today. So I just want to also shout out those folks who dedicated a lot of time and energy towards this.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. Good to see you all. I want to firstly just publicly thank Councilmember Caballero, who's really leaned in on amplifying the voice of our immigrant community and pushing for service delivery inside City Hall. And as part of this body, we've had activists in our community, but representation matters. So I just want to thank her for not only doing it before she got in City Hall, but for maintaining that voice and vigilance here in City Hall as part of this body. It's good to see you. I hear your names a lot at dinner conversations. You didn't out me, so let me out myself. Very proud of the work this organization does. If you saw a screenshot of the staff, you may have seen a name, a shared surname with one of your employees, Senior Case Specialist Inevel Middleton. Inevel Ortiz Middleton is my sister-in-law who works for Justice Matters. I want to say for residents watching, no money comes to my house from this. And so I'm very proud of the work that Justice Matters does, very proud of the organization, and very proud to support it and have supported it since its inception, since the inception of this relationship. And it's good to see you all and continue to do the great work that you do. And very proud to be in support of this. And again, thank you, Councilmember Caballero. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll yield back.
All right. And I just want to say thank you again. I'm sorry I had to step out to deal with the matter, but I'm very familiar with your work and highly supportive. This court that she's talking about is the court that when I'm talking about the traumatic experience of my sister-in-law when she self-deported, she just gave up. She said, I'm done. This is also the same court that there was a Mexican lady who was drinking a bottle of water, and because she was drinking water, the security guard, the flashlight cop, literally took her bottle from her and made her get to the back of the line, which was like a 2-hour wait. So this court is brutal and inhumane in some sense, but Durham is dope because we have folks like you. So thank you for your work. All right.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. Thank you, Council.
Yep. All right. We are going to have our pulled items now. Number 5, City Minutes, Councilmember Freeman.
Just noting for the March 18th minutes, either I was present or I was absent, but I need to be added to those minutes.
Madam Clerk, did you get that? Okay. What's the next one? 7. All right, number 7.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, council members, Jermaine Brewington, Director of the Audit Services Department.
Good afternoon.
Yep. That's me. Okay. Like there were so many of us talking on all of them. So I will just start very briefly, and I kind of pulled this because I know we have a lot of ARPA stuff on this agenda moving forward. And so I liked the audit report. I wanted to have a little bit of contextual understanding for some of the other questions that I'm going to have coming forward. But I guess I just generally wanted to hear, we have these sort of distinctions about like obligation and usage, and we have these deadlines to meet. And are we on track with this? Does this look okay? I mean, these numbers to me, look scary because I feel like we have by the end of the year to obligate these funds. I read in there that promissory letters don't quite cut it. And so we have a majority of those funds to obligate by the end of the year. From your professional standpoint, how is this looking? How's it going? What do we need to be looking for? What's important for us when we're looking at this report?
So thank you for the question. The reason we, in the audit report, had an observation as opposed to a finding is because we were, I won't say concerned, but we just wanted to highlight to management that we thought that the time was approaching quickly. But I am very much assured with a lot of the items that are on this agenda today, especially with the Fayetteville Street Corridor project, that will meet that particular project, and then with several of the affordable housing projects that are online. I feel really good about the fact that management is we've been assured that they are on top of it and that we will meet the deadline for December 31st, 2024 for obligating all of the funds.
Are there any other things that we should be looking at as council when we are reviewing this report? And I have full faith in the city manager that she is doing her work that she needs to get done. Are there things that we need to be paying attention to as council?
No, I mean, I think the city manager is very much aware. Management is very much on top of these various projects that are key that we've pointed out in this report. So I think city leadership is on top of what they need to be on top of. And as far as you, I think, you're doing what you need to do which is just staying on top of what's going on.
Great, thank you. I'll leave my time.
Councilmember Baker.
So we have until December 2024 to obligate and then December 2026 to spend.
Right.
And we've obligated 42% and spent 23% of that. And so the plan is to be developed by June 2024, next month, to ensure funds are reallocated. So that was the recommendation. That was the accepted recommendation. So does that mean that we should expect next month another report or presentation of a plan of how the funds are going to get obligated and spent?
So I will not come back to you with a report. We do meet with the Audit Services Oversight Committee quarterly. And so until this report, the recommendations or the recommendation in this case is implemented, we will report back to that body, but we will not come back to you. No.
Madam Manager.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So one of the things that we would do, and we appreciate the work of the Audit Services Oversight Committee. It is one of the functions in city government that makes us be such a well-run city. But one of the things that we are working on as a contingency plan is if we need to reallocate any funding that has already been allocated, what type of process we would use for that. So we are not going to be coming back by June with the reallocations, but a proposed process to reallocate if there's funding to reallocate. So in most cases, we would deliver funding through some RFP process. Timing of the federal government's schedules would influence whether or the amount that we may have to reallocate. So that is what we will be working on for by the end of June, just a process of reallocation. We're not anticipating at this point any significant reallocation.
Okay, thanks. So there's allocating, obligating, and spending. We're confident about obligating and spending. If we need to, we will come back with a plan in next month for reallocation if there's anything to reallocate. That's my understanding. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Riss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I just wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Brewington and her team at the Audit Services. You know, it sounds like a broken record, but I'm also the City Council's representative on ASOC. So we have these monthly meetings. The Audit Services does amazing work. And this is just one example of that, of keeping us focused on some really important business of the city of Durham. So first of all, thanks for the report.
Thank you.
And I wanted to go, my comments kind of follow my colleagues here. I want to go deeper in that. So I understand that we're developing, I understand that your recommendation was to sort of look at this, right? Management concurred with that recommendation. So my question is going deeper. Will we see that plan in June 2024? That's something the City Council will see. And I guess my main question is, and my concern is the timeline of this. Because if we do have to reallocate funds at some point, if we decide in December of 2024 that we need to reallocate, that's probably not enough time to get an alternative proposal in and get a contract issued by the end of the month. So like, what does a timeline look like so that we can be assured that if there is money that needs to be reallocated, that it can be reallocated in time to actually commit it by the end of the year?
So I'm going to speak not as a futurist, but on what I actually know now. So with the contracts that are on the council today, that is a very significant portion of the ARPA funding that has not been already allocated. The affordable housing projects, that's the other portion that hasn't been allocated at this time. our most recent updates is that those affordable housing projects that are anticipated with that portion of ARPA, those projects will be closing toward the end of the summer. And I see Mr. Johnson here, which is still, 3 months or so before, we have to have the projects.
And that's like 13.5 million just for the housing, right?
That is correct. We do not anticipate, and we've had updates. I mean, we're looking at updates, very, very frequently, that any of those housing projects are at risk of not going to closing. They're identified projects with multiple funding sources. I believe one of them is on today for their first mortgage, the Sankofa project. So we do not see slippage. Certainly we need to have plans in place, and we will certainly have that, but we do not anticipate not obligating the funding by 2024. Once the funding is obligated, those projects have until 2026 to be delivered.
Thank you. And again, the plan will be shared with the council. The plan that's being developed by June 2024. Will that come before us?
So that is a question on the spot. As Dr. Brewington indicated, the response to audit findings, typically come to the Audit Services Oversight Committee. I'm not really sure at the moment when your next.
The next report will come at the August meeting for the June quarter ending June 24.
And I will say, certainly the council, certainly you will be returning in August, and any presentation or any information that we have around, where we are with ARPA, we can schedule a presentation for very early after the council returns.
That'd be great. And then the last thing I'll just note is that I appreciate what you said about both Fayetteville Street Corridor and the affordable housing. But as I read the report, there's that sort of 30% of the grants of nonprofits, right? Which is still about $6 million. And that's probably multiple. And then I think the max grant was $1 million, right? So there could be multiple contracts in there that still need to be addressed, right? So that's one I want to watch as well. Yeah.
So the answer to that is yes, but what I would say on the record that those contracts, the ones that you've seen, have been executed. And some of those projects are, happen fast. Some of them happen over time. And we are not seeing that we are behind in spending in contracts that we've already executed with nonprofits or partners. We do have a whole monitoring team around those projects. And what Dr. Brewington has brought to the attention of us as management, as well as to you as council, that if any of those projects are not completed or are not progressing according to the agreements we have in place with them, then we would want to be able to have a process to reallocate the funding. We do not want to return the funding. So I will say again, we're committed to having an update to council as to where we are in August. Our folks who are listening or in the room who know kind of how these things work, we will be back in August with another update.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Now move to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brewington. I have grown, as I told you, Dr. Brewington, a great appreciation for your department's work serving on that committee.
So next, on to number 9.
Number 9. Mm-hmm. All right. Number 9, Councilmember Cook. Oh, I just think that Councilmember Cook pulls all of them. So. Baker.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I just wanted to mention that this is a new formatting of the work program from the planning department that we typically see, and wanted to lift that up because it's much more accessible than I think previous formatting. So I think that's a good improvement. There's a lot of content in this in the work program. A lot of it is sort of ongoing permits. And then there are some like long range initiatives. So I just wanted to pull those out. The new Unified Development Ordinance, the RTP 3.0 rezoning, and there have been some presentations at various boards and commission meetings that I think would interest folks. Code updates for water and sewer connections, the community goals and objectives report card, and those are anticipated to be complete by the end of fiscal year 25. Landscape manual, tree canopy analysis. And then there's the small area planning and the prioritized small area planning. Prioritized small area planning has the to be determined timeline, and the small area planning is scoping and recommendations by the end of fiscal year 25. Just want to ask, where does the Walltown small area planning fit into that? And then I've also spoken with other council members about interest in Fayetteville Street corridor and other parts of the city. So I'm just curious about that timeline, because the scoping and recommendations by the end of fiscal year 25. At what point are we actually developing small area plans, and where does Walltown and some of the other small area plans that we've discussed up here, where do those fit into this scope?
Good afternoon, Sarah Young with the Planning Department. So we have actually already begun work on the Walltown Northgate Small Area Plan. We don't have details in this work program yet, because the conversations are ongoing, kind of right sizing what that small area plan will be with the neighborhood. That will, in essence, be kind of like a pilot small area plan that we're going to be working on at the same time that we are working on the scoping. What does a modern day small area plan look like? What does it include? What does engagement expectations look like? The reason that we left it TBD in terms of working on prioritized plans is because once we identify through community engagement, through work with JCCPC, what are other areas where we should be spending our time with small area planning, we will go to JCCPC and they will kind of rank order, prioritize those with us. And then we will start working on them. They may vary in scope, so it's hard I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict, how many will we be able to do 2 a year, 3 a year, 1 a year, depending on resources, timing, other projects in the work program. I do anticipate that we will be able to work on multiple at the same time, but it does depend a little bit on kind of the scope and extent of them. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And did I miss, those are the main long range planning initiatives from the work program. I just tried to pull them out to share with the public and share with my colleagues. Was that accurate, or did I miss anything in there?
Yeah, that's accurate, but I do want to make one correction. We've actually just fixed this. We had a neighborhood meeting earlier this week about the formerly RTP South. That is not RTP 3.0. That is the initiative of the Research Triangle Foundation itself. They will be coming in as a private text amendment and a privately initiated rezoning. So we have rebranded this to avoid confusion as the Miami Page Design District, which is an area just outside of RTP that on our comprehensive plan is a TOA, a transit opportunity area. We will be rezoning to design district. So hopefully that helps with a little bit of branding confusion. But yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, item number 10. All right.
This quite possibly could be me. Is this me?
I think it was all three of you all.
All right. Hi. So I'm just gonna ask some pretty basic questions, just continuing to become really fluid in my understanding of where all this money comes from and how it gets distributed. Can you talk a little bit about the process of DHA issuing bonds? That is this, my understanding was that this was DHA began this process.
Well, Reginald Johnson, Director of Community Development Department. I wouldn't say that DHA the Durham Housing Authority began this process, they have the legal authority to issue bonds. And so people from around the country can come to our housing authority, Durham Housing Authority, to have their bonds issued. We have people from other places just as well as here. So it's not necessarily them initiating this, they're the conduit. And then what happens in terms of the process, once they issue and do what they're supposed to do, then the IRS says that the legal jurisdiction that the authority resides in has to approve the issuance. And that's what comes before the city council. It's really custodial in many respects.
So when those requests come to DHA, is there a conversation with the city before any of those bonds are issued? What does that look like? Since we will be required on the back end to.
No, we are notified that what they're contemplating, because we have to schedule it on your agenda. And so that's how we know if it's a project that we're involved in with financial, as part of the financial stacking. Of course, we would know that because we're having conversations with them earlier about that. But their projects, I would say most often that we don't know about that are coming to the housing authority.
And are they normally coming locally, or you said that anyone can apply to our housing authority. Are they coming from other places?
They have come from other places.
Okay.
I can't speak to their frequency, and I'm not going to be able to do that with recollection. I just can remember sometimes some come from other places in the country, but then there are a lot that are here too.
Okay. And so, I mean, I think that a lot of my questions are going to sort of be based off of this. Is in the memo, it was said that we do secure this, but it's not considered a debt. Can you explain how that is differentiated?
Yeah, let me see if I can have Eric Estelle, who's on the line, to come on.
Oh, I've run us into a tech problem, haven't I? Oh.
And while he's coming, Eric Prestel is the attorney for the Banks law firm.
Great.
And handles a lot.
Yeah, Madam Manager can also speak.
I will speak specifically to the conduit debt, as we are, and I see the finance director here too. But, certainly as it stated in the memo, the city has no obligation for repayment of any conduit debt. Primarily what you have before you is due to IRS regulations as to where resolutions, of authority have to take place when this is considered first mortgage for a project. In this particular project, as item number 10, these revenue bonds would be considered the first mortgage for the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency's 4% tax credit that would provide the 28. This may be a 9%. I'm not sure which tax, but it will provide the debt for this 28 million. The city also is a partner in the financing of this project through what we were just referring to as ARPA funding. So the project has multiple funding sources, and this resolution regarding these revenue bonds is just one of the funding sources.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, I mean, I think what I'm getting tripped on is we are securing the bond, but it's not considered a debt. So we are putting up the money to secure. We are not.
No. We're not putting up. We are
outside of our part of the ARPA funds. This bond.
This is a separate funding source in order for the project to be built and delivered.
Okay. As part of then the ARPA funding, we categorized it, I've noticed in a few different ones, sometimes it's a loan and sometimes it's a grant. And this one specifically, we categorize it as a loan. So is this one of the ones where we have a forgiveness of the loan after some amount of time, or are we planning to, will we see money back from this?
So on this one, I'm gonna punt it back to Reginald Johnson because he actually is gonna be more succinct in determining when we are expected to receive any funding back from from cash flows over an extended period of time and when it is considered a grant. So Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I think Eric Pristel is available. But one of the things I would answer just generally, the general question, whether it's a grant or a loan, it depends upon the loan structure, the financing structure of that particular deal. And it can be it depends upon what all the financing requires, whether our loan or our grant needs to be a loan or a grant. And sometimes it's a forgivable loan, which is basically the equivalent of a grant, but it has to be labeled and structured and called a loan, depending upon what the needs are for that particular deal. And so that's how we kind of decide whether it needs to be a loan or a grant. But Mr. Pristel, are you on?
I am. Can you hear me? Hello?
He's on, but we can't hear him.
I can read his comments, but.
You cannot hear me?
Oh, there you go. We can hear you now, sir.
Oh, great. Okay. I've been talking to you, but you haven't heard me.
That's correct. Yes.
All right. All right. How are you? I'm Eric Pristel. I'm a partner at the bank's law firm, and we represent the Durham Housing Authority in connection with their real estate development activities. So if you could restate your question, Councilwoman, I'd be happy to answer it.
Sure, thank you. So we were just discussing the difference between ARPA funding as a loan versus as a grant. This one particularly, we're looking at item number 10, is structured as a loan. And I was wondering if you could speak to the repayment structure there.
Right. I think Mr. Johnson can speak to the repayment terms on the ARPA funding because it is city funding. My main focus is on the Housing Authority as the issuer of the bonds. And as has been noted by Mr. Johnson and the city manager, the Housing Authority nor the city of Durham have any financial liability in connection with the issuance of these bonds.
Can you talk a little bit more about the process of issuing those bonds? I think that was the original question that we were hoping to get you online for.
Exactly. And that's what I heard. So let me tell a story. That's the best way to do it. So as you know, affordable housing is a big issue around the country. There are developers all around the country that are producing affordable housing, preserving it. North Carolina is a very attractive state for a variety of reasons. There's high demand, there's statutory property tax exemption, et cetera. So the Housing Authority has policies related to the issuance of bonds. A developer will reach out to the Housing Authority, to the Real Estate Development Department and say, hey, look, I've got a contract on some property. I want to purchase the property. I want to build affordable housing or I want to preserve it. I'm going to submit an application which will explain my project. The financials will be attached. Upon that submission, that application is analyzed by a professional financial analyst. That application is also underwritten by the state of North Carolina because there are tax credits involved, as well as the financial partners that may be purchasing the bonds or the bonds being underwritten to the market. So there's several layers of underwriting that go on. And then that application goes to the Housing Authority Development Committee and subsequently to the larger board for approval through a resolution. And at some point in the process, there is a public hearing where the public is invited to speak concerning the bonds, if they have any issues, et cetera. Once that public hearing takes place, the next step is for the transaction to be approved by the city council. As was noted earlier, that is a requirement of the Internal Revenue Code. And once you sign off on the project, not necessarily putting your money in all the time, this one is different, but once you sign off on the project, then the transaction can go ahead and close within short order after your approval. Sometimes the local government commission is required to approve the transaction. That is the entity within state government and the treasurer's office whose main mission is to guard the financial austerity of local municipalities. So generally speaking, that is the process of the issuance of bonds.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. So, and I think I was getting stuck on who was underwriting it, but when I'm hearing you say that it is often state of North Carolina, potentially others, if that is the case, is it the public that is invited to comment on it? Is that localized, or is that?
It is local. And when I say underwriting, that's not necessarily synonymous with putting their own money in. The state of North Carolina obviously issues awards tax credits.
Right.
But when I say underwriting, meaning analyzing it, confirming that it's legitimate financially, et cetera. But to answer your question regarding public input, there are several bites at the apple. As you know, the DHA committee meetings and board meetings, they're all public meetings, so the public does have the right to provide input. There's a hearing that takes place regarding the specific bond issuance at DHA that has occurred, and now the public has another opportunity to weigh in on this transaction through your consideration of the matter.
Okay, great. Thank you. That is very helpful.
Thank you.
I think then my next question might be for Mr. Johnson again. So I'm wondering if you can talk about why this, or the particular structure of this loan as the second part, the ARPA funding that the city is actually giving to this project. Are we going to see money back on that? What is the?
I'm not going to be able to answer that only because I don't know in this particular instance. As I mentioned earlier, one of the times, sometimes it's a grant, sometimes it's a loan, but when it's a loan, that does not mean that we're going to receive money back.
Right.
Okay, and so I'll have to provide additional information on this particular one because I don't have it floating in my head.
Okay, yeah,
I also want to say, even if it is a loan or a forgivable loan, it will be an extended period of time before any of it, we will receive any of it back, which will be 30 years.
Right. Yeah, I was just curious because some of the other ones have it marked they're forgivable, not say that. So I just didn't know if it was different.
I would just say that most of the time, the deals are structured such that we will not, even though it's a loan, there are thresholds that we would receive money, but we're never going to meet those thresholds by the design of the deal.
Okay. So because this bond is getting issued through DHA, so this is back to the bond money, I'm assuming that the max amounts and the time restraints on those are all set. That's outside of our control. We are literally just saying yes or no. They've done all of the time that it's going to be affordable, all of the other restrictions.
That's correct. Okay. That's correct.
And then they do all of the actual, the developers are able to access the money through DHA, then the money never comes through the city. We don't ever house it.
That's correct.
Okay.
It does not come through us.
Great. Thank you so much.
Once we approve that, it's going on. We oftentimes don't see it again.
Okay.
The deal again.
Councilwoman, are you still there?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad you can still hear me. So DHA doesn't touch the money. They're a conduit to ensure that the interest rates are tax exempt lower, right? Makes the deal work. More times than not, the money is sitting with a third party institution like a trustee and on a drawdown basis, right? So if I'm putting in the foundation and fixtures, et cetera, and I need $5 million for this month, then you apply with requisitions and you draw down that money. Or it may be a private lender like Chase or something like that, but DHA does not hold the money.
Great, thank you. I think those are actually all my questions. I will yield my time.
You got it. I know what's about to happen when you start out. Hi. That's your signature. And here we go. Councilmember Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Johnson. Always good to see you. So first of all, I just want to say, like, Sankofa Landing is an amazing project. I'm excited about that. And actually, as you may all recall, the folks on the DOS tour trail last night, that's part of the what's happening in the Bragtown area. So it's exciting stuff there. The next thing I just want to note is, and as others have said, so I know the motion before us is to approve the housing revenue bonds. I just want to ask a question because we talked earlier about ARPA, about the ARPA connection, right? So I know that we had, as Dr. Brewington reported, 13.5 million in ARPA funds for affordable housing. This item mentioned, as my colleague Councilmember Cook said, a $9.7 million loan for ARPA funds. The background didn't say much about the loan, so that's why I just want to ask. So is that 9.7? Is that part of the 13.5 million in affordable housing funds?
Yes, sir, it is.
And so then my question and follow is then, so to satisfy the ARPA requirement that we have a commitment, not just an obligation, at what point does that $9.7 million loan get closed or committed? When will that happen?
They're shooting for seeking a closing sometime in the early fall. The piece that they're working on right now, as we speak, is not our money, but remember, these deals have a lot of different stacking, a lot of different financing.
Right.
One of the things that they're working on is having some vouchers that are going to be included in the deal, and because that's federal, there's going to need to be an environmental review. Well, we are responsible for helping with the environmental review, which we're working on now, but it's not going to be done until in July. And so that's one of the pieces. So most of the deals that we have, well, all of them are fairly complex, but I'm not have any concern, as I shared with the council at the last meeting. We have met financially, all of the deals are going to move forward. We're in a good place. And so they're going through the different technical parts of what it takes to be able to get to closure, to get to a closing. And we are not concerned that they won't be able to close this fall.
So again, just to confirm, so the $9.7 million loan is part of the 13.5 million.
Yes.
And the loan closure will satisfy the federal government's
yes.
Requirements that it's now committed, not just obligated. Right?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, that's what. Yeah. So then there's another chunk of maybe 3 or 4 million that still needs to be obligated.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. That's some other projects.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you so much.
All right. Any other comments on that? All right. That's my next one. Thank you. 12. All right. Item 12. Councilmember Cook, did you pull that?
Sure. I'm sure it was me. Okay. Just 1 second, because I want to pull up. Yes, all of those are me. Okay, great. All right. Okay, I have just a few brief questions on this one. I don't think it's too long, but in the agreement, and I'm going to pull up these things so I can be talking about them, but it does say that the borrower has an interest in fee simple, but I understood the borrower in this context to be the Durham Community Land Trust. Do they also own the land?
We have, so my understanding is they do, because that's the land trust model, but we do have Ms. Sherry Taylor here, who's executive director of the Durham DCLT, and she can speak more specifically to that.
Hi, welcome, Sherry.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Hi.
Mayor, City Council members. Yes, so we do own the land already. Be simple.
Okay, and so y'all have owned the land for some time. These are just renovations, and that is the money that's just going to renovate.
Yes, that's correct.
So can you just give me an understanding of how we got to the 50-year? It's just a different one than we normally see in terms of affordability, and I'm just curious how that one got there.
Well, all of our rentals are permanently affordable, including our homeownership opportunities. So committing to 50 years wasn't anything unusual because our units are going to be affordable forever.
Okay.
So
that was my understanding, and that's kind
Yes.
of why I was confused. So it's not going to sunset at that point
No,
in
it
time.
is not.
Okay. And yeah, I guess the question was, because I think the loan is forgivable in 30 years. So the 50-year, why did that number get put on there?
Well, that means that yearly compliance will continue for an additional 20 years. So when we have these situations and partnerships with the city, every year our tenant files get audited. There's yearly inspections of the units, so that'll continue for another 20 years.
Okay. And then this might be a question for staff. The city put out on the YouTube channel yesterday, 2 days ago, something about surplus properties. Was that relevant to this agenda item?
I'll just say that we have a lot of things out on the YouTube channel. We do have several matters regarding surplus properties that are part of what you will be dealing with today. So that's probably the city's surplus properties that you're going to see later. That is about not this particular contract with DCLT.
Okay, that's what I had thought, but then the descriptions were like really similar to these. It talked about DCLC receiving, I think, the exact same amount of money as is listed in this one. And I'll double check, but I thought that they might have the addresses on here. But I just was wondering because we hadn't actually approved it yet, but we think that this might be the further down agenda item that we're going to talk about.
So I'm going to say again, we have had some surplus property agenda items with Habitat and DCLT previously. So I don't want to, we pick up, our staff picks up, things that have mostly been approved by council in order to amplify.
Right. Okay.
So without being pointed to the specific promotional item that you saw, I would rather speak about it once. But we always have the addresses. The addresses, the locations are always present in the items. That whenever it is surplus property that's gonna be redeveloped or developed for affordable housing or other initiatives that we have.
Okay, great.
Council member, and I would also remind the council that you did approve the latest RFP that we had. Y'all just approved Monday night, approved the properties for surplus properties this past Monday night.
Right, that's right. Okay. Yeah, I just couldn't, the numbers were so similar. I was just confused because it sounded like it was this one and I didn't think that it was. And I'm just going to go back. I apologize because you sat down, but you said that it was for an additional 20 years. I'm still confused about the 50-year thing. This is not a huge deal, but for some reason, I'm a little bit still confused about this. So are the 50 years starting now? The 50 years have already started?
The 50 years start once the project is complete.
So that is after the renovation?
After the renovation, we do the lease up or we bring residents back. Obviously, we need to relocate them as we're doing the renovations, and then it begins.
Okay, and so the loan is forgivable after 30 years. There's an additional 20 years after that is what you were saying. We don't have a reason for that 50-year affordability necessarily, but it's going to be affordable in perpetuity. So don't need to be stickler on this. I'm just so wondering how these numbers came up. It's not that important, but
I do think that as council is looking at affordability periods, the land trust model is permanently affordable, but you do have other providers that come before you. And so the 50 years is very inspirational.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you for inspiring. Okay. That is all my questions. I will yield.
Good. I going to put a pause here and go to Citizens Matters online. Now that we have the audio working. The first person I have is Dewarren Langley. Mr. Langley, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Great. And since I've had to wait, I would like to take a moment of privilege to speak to Mr. Hernandez. He was my tutor when I was in law school my first year, and it's great to see him as a member of the city attorney staff. He's a great addition, and so great to see you, Mr. Hernandez. But the Charles Hamilton Houston Foundation is requesting $250,000 from the city to deepen our commitment to fostering the academic leadership and professional development of boys and young men of color. Our mission is rooted in delivering a comprehensive continuum of strategy-centered, skill-based, and career-focused programs, services, and mentorship that transcend theoretical learning, prioritizing practical and strategic approaches to equip our participants for academic achievement and success in a competitive workforce. Together, in partnership with the city, we can bridge opportunity and workforce readiness gaps, creating pathways to expanded career opportunities that we all know will diminish some of the very things that this council grapple with: the gun violence, the murder rate, the unfortunate statistics that we often see associated with our boys of color. Our commitment extends to delivering continuous high quality programming and targeted mentoring to foster this type of success. We understand the importance of guiding our scholars and fellows toward the most suitable pathway for their career objectives, whether that's college, community college, or some specialized training programs. We've had young people who went through the electrical line technician program. He's currently in his third year. We take great pride in our track record of success as evident by the outcomes of our Young Men of Excellence program and Career Pathway program. Since 2019, 100% of our scholars of the Young Men of Excellence have cited our program as empowering them with the confidence, knowledge, and support needed to succeed in college and career. Similarly, our Career Pathway program has had remarkable outcomes, with 99% of our fellows securing career-oriented employment before or within 3 months of graduation, earning on average $69,071. When we're talking about transforming and providing young men with opportunity, this is the type of opportunity that diminishes gang involvement, engagement in the drug enterprise, and ultimately will diminish the gun violence that we're seeing in our communities. Mayor Pro Tem Mark Anthony Middleton participated in a program that we had at North Carolina Central University. Councilwoman Freeman was able to join in the Let's Talk with Kids Voting, where she saw a number of our scholars and even took pictures with them. And Mayor Williams, you even saw and had one of our scholars most recently shadow you. So you all have seen firsthand the transformational impact our programming has. I have been doing this now since 2019 and with our Young Men of Excellence program, but the foundation started in 2016 without any investment from the city. And we're asking you all to make this investment so that we can expand our impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I'm going to have us have a practice round on that alarm so I can know what to expect. Thank you. Next, I have Ms. Jacqueline Wagstaff. Ms. Wagstaff, can you hear me?
I can.
All right,
Can
welcome.
you?
You have 3 minutes. I can hear you.
Good afternoon. I want to voice the concern that I have, and after sitting through a lot of this meeting, I have several questions about some agenda items, but I'll just wait until the next city council meeting to address those. But I specifically came on today to address two things. One is, on Monday night, there were several community people that came before this body to talk about programs that they had and they have had for years in Durham that addresses mentoring young people, especially these young people that are in these streets out here that are dying in these streets, to gun violence. And just last night, we had 4 people shot, 1 murdered, maybe 2, we don't know, after today. But when I keep looking at this and I keep hearing some of the comments that Mr. Williams, you're making about this is not going to be an effort that the city council or the police department that can do alone, and you want this involvement from the community. These people are involved in the community. They have been involved in the community for 20 plus years. Most of them I know because I've been involved with them, and I've done programs. And to see you say this, even just today, the involvement that you want out of the community to help prevent some of this violence in these streets with our young people. And then these people come down to City Hall and ask for a small portion of the budget to go towards programs to just keep these kids off the street during the summer, and then to watch the vote take place Monday night where you, along with 3 other council members, voted against that funding. It behooves me to understand what it is that you're trying to accomplish when you tell us you want us to be involved. I've been doing summer camps in Durham for so many years. I've just kind of forgotten how to do it, and did it without any help from the city. Just went into communities like Magna Gutierrez, Cornwallis, Oxford Manor, and just got with some people and decided to do some summer camp work. And it worked. And we never had any money but the money that came out of our pockets. We put our own money and our own sweat equity into it. And for these people to come before this council and ask for just a small portion when you're giving millions of dollars. I just saw where you voted April the 1st on $1 million to go towards the domestic workers program. And those programs are good and everything, and I support them, but none of them are based in Durham. The only partner in Durham that's associated with that $1 million was We Dream in Black. And when I looked at what they're going to do with the money, again, I can't understand why the people here that are on the ground doing the work can't get assistance. And I hope that those t-shirts that you're selling, I hope they go towards some of these projects that are out here, these people are putting their sweat equity into. I hope that we can get an update on how much money you're receiving from that and when can we see the benefit of it go into the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wagstaff. You have any other questions, feel free to just email the office. All right. This is an item, 26. 26 pool. Oh, okay, yeah, got it. All right, so we are back to the business. Item 13. I believe that was Councilmember Cook as well.
All right. Mr. Johnson and we're going to be good at this soon. Okay, so this is the continuum of care. So not a lot of specifics in this contract, so I just wanted to ask about that. Did we submit some sort of statement of work or something along those lines? Or is this one of those things that comes from HUD as like, here are your directives, and we are like, yes, thank you, we will take this money? How did this?
So they offers us the opportunity to receive this funding, and we agreed that we would be interested in it and like to receive it. What I would share with the council is a reminder for some, when it comes to our work in homelessness, the Community Development Department, City of Durham. Thank you. I was just sharing a repeat of what I've shared before, and the work that we do in homelessness has 2 components to it. We wear 2 hats. One is that we directly fund activities in nonprofit organizations with our entitlements. The other, in local funding, the other is that we're the administrators of the Continuum of Care, which is a HUD identified group of about 50 organizations, large and small, that work to end homelessness, and we serve as the administrator. This goes to the administrator hat. Okay, that as a collaborative applicant, which means that we prepare the application on behalf of the Continuum to HUD. They make funding available to collaborative applicants because we are not paid for or reimbursed for the staff time or any training that's needed to serve as a collaborative applicant or the administrator. This is what that is. And so it allows us to have resources for staff that are working as the administrator for the Continuum of Care. Also allows us resources to help with, for example, the Homeless Services Advisory Committee in planning for the COC, the Continuum of Care.
Okay, this actually goes perfectly to my next question, which is that I saw that under the under the actual contract that was listed, all of the money was under continuum of care planning activities. And there were like, I think 10 or 11 other categories that had $0 next to them. I hear what you're saying about the administration and having and being a resource in that in the actual administration piece. But why, what are like planning activities? And I guess my more specific question is, are we applying for the other types of funding separately? And what is under planning, and why have we not been planning before? Like,
Well, we have been planning before, and we continuously plan. So that's number one. That's number one. So the role of the continuum of care is to approve policies for all of the organizations that work and receive funding, most of which funding comes directly from HUD to the organizations, doesn't come through the city.
Okay.
That's number one. But there's a governance structure for the continuum of care, and there are policies that need to be in place, and the continuum has to be focused on goals and achieve outcomes, because that's how we're evaluated, and the continuum receives funding based upon how we rank with all of the other COCs in the country.
Oh, that's interesting.
And so that's where the planning part comes in, because we have to make sure that we have at least some resources, else the city is going to bear the entire cost. We kind of bear part of the cost now because we're partly the administrators, but designing and focusing what policies need to be in place, what analysis needs to be in place. For example, on the Homeless Services Advisory Committee, we have a subcommittee on performance that it rates and looks at what organizations are doing with regard to homelessness. Furthermore, the continuum of care is responsible for recommending to HUD what organizations should be funded or what organizations they should move funding from into another organization based upon the data. But the data also has to go toward what are our goals that we're trying to achieve. That's where the planning comes in. It's pretty involved and extensive. Okay. We've been successful in moving our continuum of care. I think we might be in the top 100 to top 80 in the country. And we were not that a few years ago.
And who is selected to be a continuum of care? How many are there?
It's about 50, and it's self-identified.
Okay.
So Duke is a member, Duke Health is a member of Continuum, but you may have a church that works with one bed. They're a member of the Continuum. NCCU is a member of the Continuum. It's a range of organizations, and it's self-identified.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. Hi, Reginald, good to see you. Could it be maybe after our summer break, it's been a minute since we've heard from folks, could it be that you come and give us a presentation on the work to date for new council members?
Yes, be glad to.
Okay, and then that way, and maybe invite some of our community partners to attend, and that way folks can put names to faces and get an update on how, like, do point in time count. There's a lot of things. There's the impact team. There's a lot of pieces to that, and if you're a new council member, you may not see all the puzzle pieces. Thank you.
Yes, we'll be glad to.
Thank you. All right. Item number 20.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
This is Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Cook.
Good afternoon. Madam Manager, Mayor, Council, Summer Alston, Special Projects Manager for the Fayetteville Street Corridor Project.
Good afternoon, Summer. Thank you so much for being with us and the entire team. Firstly, this is exciting that we've come to this threshold where money is actually going to start moving on this project. I do have a question, but I firstly just want to, I guess, kind of trumpet to our residents and citizens watching. $10 million in any context is a lot of money, but relative to the historic disinvestment we're trying to address, it's a drop in the bucket. And I hope that this will not be viewed as an end, but as a beginning to a long sustained commitment on our city's part to that corridor, not just for the folk in the corridor, but for the good of the city totally. I mean, if we have folk from our country and around the world who are making pilgrimage to come to Durham to see the historic Hayti district, then that translates to economic good for our city as a whole. So this is an exciting, I think, threshold for us to be crossing as a city. Again, there's a lot of stakeholders in the Fayetteville Street corridor, and I want to say to them that part of our commitment is to make sure as many voices as possible are at the table, that this particular pot of money is not in any way intended to address all of the concerns or demands in that corridor, but it is a historic step. And it is a significant, I think, investment. And I want to thank my colleagues on the City Council for seeing their way to approving this $10 million investment in that corridor with an eye towards what has happened in the past and another eye towards what we can do in the future, in the present and the future, to address the disinvestment. One, I want to ask about the population of the board of directors of the CDC. And because I know there's been some concern and talk in the community about populating the boards of directors. And secondly, I know the ULI report has been kind of a guiding post as to what would happen and what should happen in that corridor. But if you can just give us a sense of some of the types of concrete projects we could potentially see down the road. I know we've talked about beautification. We've talked about incubators for small business, spurring development in that area, but without, getting too committal as to what exactly might happen. Just kind of in broad strokes talk about the type of things we could possibly see in the corridor as a result of this investment, one. And two, if you would talk about just the process of populating that board.
Happy to, council member. I'm going to borrow from the manager's playbook today and say I'm not going to attempt to be a futurist, nor am I a board member. But what I can do from a storytelling standpoint is I can paint a picture of a possibility of a thing.
Sure.
You could pick DCLT, you could pick Preservation Durham, and a partnership there whereby residential housing is able to be rehabbed and able to be kept in local ownership and able to be affordable in many cases, or put back into use that's not currently in use now, vis-a-vis the partnership between the CDC and other local partners that have the infrastructure and are already active in communities like this one throughout the city.
Mm-hmm.
You're giving me the more look.
Oh, no, I was waiting.
And as far as the board of directors, so there is an initial process of establishing a board, and the folks that are in those seats currently understand that they're signing on as the inaugural members of something that could be transformative for the corridor. There are bylaws and there will be change over time as the actual work of the CDC, is fleshed out and broadens. But for right now, there is a seed board to go with this seed funding. And they stand ready to get through this very, very early initial phase.
How many folk are on that seed board?
My understanding currently is as a 7.
7. I think that's all I ask for, and I appreciate you not venturing into the futurist realm, and that's good. But I think for us as thanks for us as policymakers, there, and this isn't you, this is us as policymakers going to sit on the dais. There are some things that we've telegraphed about the future and about certainly the hope that this funding will begin a process of not only addressing historic inequities and disinvestment, but positioning this community as a must visit in Durham, as a place that's added. When you think about those places around the country that have historic value, that you must see when you come to Durham. And so not you being futurists, us being futurists, that this certainly is one of the hopes that these type of things will, this type of investment will spur. Again, knowing that $10 million is only a beginning, and what that looks like in terms of city investment or philanthropic or other partners. I know the mayor is really big on private public partnerships, and we all are actually down the road. So thank you for the work. And I want to particularly thank those voices in the community and that corridor who just simply would not be quiet for no reason whatsoever over the years and have really brought us to this point where, alas, there's significant money on the table for this corridor, significant money to address this historic inequity, and may it just be the beginning. So I'll put that out there. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Cook.
I'm blue. Okay, great. All right. Thank you for that information, and I agree with a lot of what my colleague has talked about. My actual question is just to echo back to the ARPA funds stuff. So this might be I see Manager Page already smiling at me, and I'm going to take that as she loves these questions. Smile. So this and the next item, I guess, are large amounts. And this is, my understanding was that it was coming both from our ARPA federal grant and also our ARPA match funding. Is that true? It's coming from both pieces?
So what you see here really is all ARPA. It is just the policies around the funding that we received, which I believe was 52+ million. Some of that funding could be characterized as revenue replacement. And we made a decision to use two different agreements for the same work because primarily of the time constraints that are part of the ARPA funding. The staff, and I see many of them sitting in this room because of the collaboration that has been going on around this investment. City leadership, the city attorney's office, support. I see the transportation director. I believe I saw the water management director in the back. Deputy City Manager Winbush, Deputy City Manager Keith Chadwell. I'm just calling a lot of names, but one of the things we've been really conscious of is making sure that we receive the benefit from every single dollar that came to the city for ARPA, and that we do not need to return any of that funding. We're bringing these contracts in May. And we know that once we enter into these agreements, we will have fulfilled our responsibility to the federal government as having the funds being committed, and we will have a time frame to implement the projects. What we want to make sure is that we do have the engagement, that we're really careful as we walk into this project that is once, it is once in our time here investment. There, a lot of people before us, and there'll be people coming after us, but that we have carved the money up so that it is the rules around it, the IRS rules around it, permit us to have a higher level, a percentage of complete success with the investment of this $10 million. So that's why you see it into contracts. It's nothing magical about it. Whenever we talk about revenue replacement, it is just part of the rules that came with ARPA, that they permit us to use a portion of it as if we were replacing our own city revenues.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of a simple way of looking at it. And I'm looking at the finance director who's shaking his head back there.
That makes sense to me. So, because I think when I was reading about revenue replacement, and this kind of echoes back to my former question on one of the earlier ones about the loans versus the grants, I was kind of wondering if this was structured as a loan, and that was because I didn't really understand how that would work with the ARPA funding, but okay, that makes a lot of sense. And so in doing this, and I think this question might have been previously addressed, but I just want to make sure that I understand just for my own context. We talked about in the audit report of the obligation, the requirement of the obligation of funds. Once we pass this, is that considered obligated for the purposes of ARPA?
It is.
Okay, cool. Those are all my questions. Thank you. Great project. I'm really excited to see it.
Thank you. And I too am really excited. This is one of those, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Councilman Baker.
I'm going to echo my colleagues. Very excited about to see this. To echo the Mayor Pro Tem, it's a lot of money. It's also a fraction of what would be a just amount of reinvestment in the corridor. And it's a lot of money. And it being a lot of money, just looking through the scope, it's kind of a slim scope. There are a lot. It seems like there is still a lot to be done. So it feels like we're at the very beginning and allocating a whole lot of money. And so I'm curious about what we get to see next as council. Does this go straight to the CDC? And the CDC, let me just ask, the CDC, to confirm, is not yet formed. Is that correct?
CDC is formed.
Is formed, but we don't know who all the individuals on the CDC are yet. Is that correct?
CDC is formed and has a board of 7.
And has a board of 7. Okay. So we're going to allocate $10 million, and then it's kind of out of council's hands at that point. Except there are in this contract and the scope, I see report outs of potentially quarterly report outs. Is that correct?
I'm going to let the county city manager respond.
Okay.
So what you see in front of you is, subrecipient grant agreements that involve the St. Joseph's Historic Foundation Incorporated, as well as the Hayti Promise Community Development Corporation. The St. Joseph's Historic Foundation, Inc. is the fiscal agent. So there are many pieces to the way we determine the structure of agreements and the accountability around the funding as there is an interplay with what is being delivered for the funding and our requirements, the requirements we have with for ARPA in terms of the performance indicators, the reporting back out, and while it is the sum that you see here is really not very much different than the other contracts that you've seen in terms of what we have, site visits. There are a lot of different ways that we have to provide oversight. And your question is, will council see it again? Certainly, everything that we do, we bring back periodic reports to the Durham City Council, whether that be, update reports when we bring ARPA items. The last time you had a report was when we had our budget work sessions, but I'm making sure that I'm providing information, but I'm very hopeful that I'm answering the question. If you are asking if you're going to approve additional contracts, the answer is this is the contract.
This is the contract. Yes. And then I see metrics annually or more frequently upon request by the city. And then there are lists of metrics under different categories here, right? So annually, unless we requested more frequent than annual report outs on these listed metrics. But this is essentially the last chance that we as council sort of have the opportunity to shape what happens. The rest is upon the CDC. Is that correct?
When you say the rest is upon the CDC, the council's contract with the CDC is in totality what you see here.
Okay. And then there's a small area plan component in here, which is something that would be contracted or subcontracted contracted. But that wouldn't be through our own planning department. That would be through a separate entity. Is that correct?
The items listed, council member, are aspirational. They are meant to give you a sense of the priorities of the entities involved, but there would be nothing that would move forward that we would not work in concert with our own staff departments, regardless of what the work is.
Okay, so when they're working, they'll work closely with you all on these items?
Intimately, yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think there would be any work that would you, I know you're not a futurist, would there be potential to work, for example, if they did bring in a contractor to do a small area plan, which is specifically listed in the scope, would you foresee a possibility that they work also with the Durham Planning Department on said small area plan so that we could have sort of staff and whatever outside consultant come in and work together and have that collaboration?
I want to be careful about how we categorize work together. Would there be collaboration and consultation? Absolutely. But I don't want to commit the planning department falsely in terms of what their responsibility would be to this effort. We're going to avail ourselves of every potential resource, and our planning staff is absolutely a resource.
Have there been any conversations there? And I should have raised this actually earlier when Sarah was here about the work program. Have there been any conversations about collaboration between the planning department and this initiative?
In as much as this all exists in the portfolio of the community building deputy city manager, and even beyond that, all of the departments of the city are aware of the focus that council has directed on this effort, and they've all made themselves available to assist as needed.
Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, Keith Chadwell, Deputy City Manager. Council member, I'd just like to add just one dimension on that point. The efficacy that's associated with the opportunity to do small area planning of any type is an opportunity to kind of be predictive of how things go forward, and be predictive and strategic about what's to be delivered. The challenge we have here is we have a resource to start in developments. Projects are going to appear. So one of my favorite statements, and my colleagues get tired of hearing me saying, there's a little bit of, we're going to have to paint this train while it's rolling. Okay. And we think that's extremely possible. We've gotten to the point where we are today for what kind of finding of staffing support that this is going to need in association with the city's responsibilities with this contract that includes the position that Ms. Alston holds and the entirety of the portfolio that I have a responsibility with. To wit, we've gotten as far as we've gotten today because of the kinds of collaboration she's talking about. So there have been prospective conversations with planning, with our infrastructure teams, with transportation, and a variety of things like that. We fully anticipate that there are going to be some things that we leverage and have in cooperative project planning with that are outside the bounds of this particular grant opportunity. So we hope there'll be some leveraging coming right out of the gate. But there will have to be strategic considerations, I'll call it, just short of the specificity of what a small area plan is, as you make reference to it, only because development is going to come out of the gate instantly. So it'll be guided by those principles. And we can certainly make you comfortable with understanding how that would work with respect to the outcome, so that we're not having a hodgepodge approach to these kinds of things, and certainly to do it strategically would also emanate from the necessity that we do strong community engagement, both directly with the folks who own businesses there, live there, and to have that kind of inclusion as a part of the board roster.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I think what I'm getting at, which I think you referenced, is just how all of the pieces fit together and maximizing that 10 million and how it interacts with zoning and capital investments and the private sector and land use and all of those different pieces together, our ability to watch that play out, and then also true, bottom-up community engagement that is truly rooted in the community and engaging the community and so that there's a feeling of ownership over the process. And I did attend a couple years ago, the ULI presentation was very good. And the report that came out of ULI was really good. It wasn't adopted by the city council. It's a ULI report. I thought it was good. They did do some engagement, but I just want to, I guess that's what I'm getting at is just, I hope that moving forward, there's this opportunity to work with the planning department, which is interested in doing small area planning and has that on the work program. And also continue to engage with the council and work in such a way that it's bottom up engagement with the community in that area.
Understand the challenge, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I want to associate myself with the spirit of Councilmember Baker's comments. A couple of things. The ULI report, I think at least my reading of it, anticipates interaction with the city by virtue of the type of things that they're proposing. They're going to have to come to us. I also want to say that the formation of this community development corporation and the continuing work of St. Joseph Historic Foundation does not preclude the city from still doing other things in that corridor. I mean, we're still going to have $10 million is not going to fix all the problems. So we're still going to have plenty of opportunity to assert ourselves in that corridor as a city, whether it's street beautification or more funding for capital infusions for small business people there. The community engagement piece, there have been a lot of activists at work for decades in that community engaging. What has been missing is the money. So finally, what we're doing now is actually putting money to all of that activity that has been going on. And it is absolutely what is sacrosanct for us, and at least, in having what you would call a Marshall Plan, whatever you want to call it, and proposing it, was precisely to add money to the grassroots efforts that have been going on for decades. The whole proposal of this $10 million is a result of the grassroots agitation that has been going on in that corridor for decades. They've been talking for years. What just has been missing is the money. And fortunately, ARPA has come along. We've got an opportunity to start $10 million, not from the city coffers, but I think it's an invitation and on-ramp for us to, certainly we're free to add more city dollars and do those things that you're talking about, Councilmember Bacon. And I look forward to working with you on those things in all of us in that area. So none of this precludes us doing, in addition to what this Community Development Corporation will do and St. Joseph Historic Foundation will do relative to a whole slew of other projects. It's going to take a whole lot of time and money and effort. This $10 million will be spent very quickly in terms of projects that are on the ULI menu. So there'll be plenty of on-ramps for us as a city to get involved in that corridor. I'm just glad that finally some money's on the table to meet the energy of the activists in the area for decades. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I did want to just touch on a little bit of the conversation around, I guess, direction from the city, it feels like, and working with the city. And I just want to be clear that these dollars are going to the CDC, and the CDC will make the decisions on how it moves forward.
Yes, we are here in a support role, and we're here to help with compliance as it relates to the source of the funds.
And compliance in relation to the source of the funds has been spelled out clearly around those ULI kind of areas, I want to say. What I want to make sure is clear is that these dollars don't move out, and then there's like all these extra compliance rules that come into place about how you need to build a building or document hiring or create a partnership later. I want to make sure that that's all spelled out in on the front side. I know there's been some conversations in the community and some questions about whether or not St. Joseph Historic Foundation will actually lead in this, as they are essentially the CDC members.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, let me offer a clarification. In the time since the memo was drafted for this item and coming before you today, one clarification is that The board at St. Joseph's has asked that no member of their body hold a seat on this board. And so they are in the process of making those adjustments. That, however, does not impact the contractual obligation related to being the fiscal agent and the compliance requirements thereof.
And that request has been approved by the board
The board of which entity?
of St. Joseph's?
That was a request
A
from that
request
board.
from that board.
And
And it's noted in their minutes.
I can't speak to that,
Okay.
unfortunately.
I just want to be clear that
It was communicated that they asked and that action was taken on that. That's what I can represent.
And so the request for none of the current historic foundation, St. Joseph's Historic Foundation board members to serve on the CDC board is what you received as a point of kind of clarity that there shouldn't be any overlap in who those members are.
There are two things happening there, and I'm going to answer both of them. One is board seats. The other is staff of St. Joseph's, and I want to make a distinction between those two things. But yes, it is my understanding that we have a situation of checks and balances, and because St. Joseph's is responsible for making sure compliance happens in a fiscal space, that they then can't be involved in the programmatic aspects of this particular arrangement. So everybody has a responsibility, but they're different. Am I answering your question?
You are, and then on the staff side, there could be overlap.
On the staff side, that one is one that is in a legal and policy space that I can't speak to. I know that there is an interpretation that is out there in the space of the St. Joseph's board, but I can't represent whether that's proper or not.
All right. And so we just said a lot. I just want to make sure that we are having some clarification for the folks that are listening. When you're speaking of compliance, one, it has to be in compliance with the ARPA compliance regulations. There is a difference between fiscal agent and CDC.
Yes.
Right? And the city is a resource
yes.
to what the CDC would actually carry out, which they will withdraw from the fiscal agent that will hold the funds.
Yes, the fiscal agent will be the arbiter of the movement of the funds. Yes.
Correct. All right. There's also been a significant amount of groundwork here from all of the Hayti groups to now, the one CDC. And I think it was, I forgot who stated it, but there's been a lot of work here, and finally we have some money behind it. In regards to other funds that can support it, the reason why I keep talking about a public-private partnership, and Javier, Councilmember Javier, you might be able to help me with this, or Director Egan is here. Where are we with this corridor in the MPO? And
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Sean Egan with the Transportation Department. So the Fayetteville corridor transit improvements, so these are the bus stop, sidewalk, and other improvements. We have requested and been awarded $6.7 million in funding through the Durham County Transit Plan. With that funding, we did a solicitation for 100% design of those bus stop, sidewalk, and other pedestrian safety improvements. That was authorized by council earlier this year. We had our kickoff meeting in February for that. So we are moving forward and progressing the design. We're going to have much better understanding of the right-of-way properties that we would need to acquire, as well as anticipated construction costs as we move through the design of that project. And so we'll come back with our funding partners and review the costs and needs of the project as we progress it through design. But I'm excited to say that we are underway, and we have a contract that would take us to 100% design and construction documents.
And I know you're going to come back. Do you have any ballpark figure around timeline?
So we're working to complete the designs by the end of calendar 25.
Okay, great. Summer So considering that there is a CDC already formed, are those funds considered expended from the city? Okay, city manager.
So I'm just making sure you're talking about the transportation.
So
project.
no. So the transportation is, I'm bringing two things here to try and help us picture the overall investment of the area. So back to the $10 million that we've already approved via ARPA. Now that the CDC has been formed and there's a fiscal agent identified, that those funds will be sitting there. Is it considered expended from the city, considering the timeline of 2026?
Let me try to answer that. When you're talking about these two contracts before you. Yeah, the two contracts before you that total $10 million. When the city council authorizes these two contracts to be executed, then that $10 million will be reduced from the number that Dr. Brewington spoke to you about earlier as uncommitted ARPA funded dollars or ARPA funding. So the answer is it will be committed. The transfer of cash and the way, we actually operate, whether it's reimbursement, advances, those kinds of things are laid out in the contracts, but they will be committed funds when the contracts are executed.
Awesome. And the reason why I'm asking these questions is because, that's $6.7 million in transportation funding, the $10 million that we've done, that 6.7 million of, whatever's going to happen via transportation, that the scope of work does not have to consider in that 10 million. So overall, we have, 16.7 right there of a combination of what the council has approved as well as the MPO. And then we have, some housing development that's happening over there already with the Fayette Place, South Side, just the phase 3 that we are finishing up. The 500,000 just came from Congress as well. So we're starting to see funds, starting to accrue in place that is going to ultimately, hopefully, catch up with the work that's been done on the ground by community members. It has been contentious because there are a lot of groups, but what's consistent is everyone wants that neighborhood to be revitalized. And I'm very intentional about utilizing the word revitalize. And I think that that's the public side. And then, based on the scope and how they implement everything there with the CDC, they will be able to manage those relationships with whatever private investment comes. And my next question would be, as far as, reconnecting that neighborhood to downtown. So Director Egan, this may be your space as well. Where are we in that process?
So the city last year began a process, a planning study process, the Reimagined Durham Freeway Pathways to Connection process. And that is looking at the Durham Freeway from Swift Avenue on the west side to the East End Connector on the east, and looking at potentially changes to the Durham Freeway corridor that includes the Fayetteville crossing and the historic Hayti community that could be a potential application for the USDOT Reconnecting Communities program. So that work is underway. We have both a technical planning and engineering team as well as a community engagement team working on that. We submitted an application in September of 2023 for additional planning funding for future phases of that planning study. That application was not selected by USDOT. And the feedback that we got was that they were looking for additional definition on the specific changes that would be made to the corridor. So we're working through those issues with both the technical staff as well as the community engagement staff.
Do we have how long have we been doing those two engagement components?
So we started about a year ago with those.
How long is it going to take until we're done?
So what we said at the outset of the process was that we acknowledge that there is deep distrust for transportation planning and projects in this community, and that the significant work would be needed to build trust in the community. And so we would have to continue to gauge that and work and build trust and build consensus. So that process is taking time. We're continuing to move forward. We're looking to complete activities in 2025 related to that study, and that would line up with another application to the Reconnecting Communities program that we expect to be available in mid 2025.
Okay, so I'm going to say the unpopular thing here. I have no idea what's going to happen in November. But what I can say is we have a lot more leverage now to federal funding than what leverage, no matter who wins the presidency after November. And if it's taken us, what I think the biggest component of distrust is there has been nothing done in that area. And if I was a resident there, what would give me more distrust is if it's taken us longer, if it's taken us so long to do some type of engagement that we miss out on the opportunity. And that worries me. Because I know for a fact, and that one thing I enjoy, the luxury of being mayor, is talking directly to the decision makers of these sources of funding at the federal level. And it's just embarrassing when the Secretary of Transportation pulls me aside and say, hey, where are you on the Hayti project? And we really like to support it. And I have to say, well, we're still doing community engagement. And it's been a year. So not today, but I know that I'm going to start requesting in these RFPs that we have some type of timeline. And if people can't do it, then they can't get the contract, because we're about to potentially lose out on millions of dollars because we're still, doing engagement. And I know folks don't want to hear that, but the biggest source of distrust would be there's no investment. And sometimes we die in the process, and I'm sick of that. So thank you. Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, that you brought up some additional investment when you brought up the transportation department. I did want to, as you were continuing the discussion or getting to the completion of the discussion, just bring back to the table that we have had in the past year or so our equitable and green infrastructure work, and that work has projects that are in process. And in some of our neighborhoods, particularly the neighborhoods that you all have seen that have been identified, the area around the Fayetteville Street corridor in that space is part of projects that are prioritized in the water utility for water line replacement. So I did want to bring up additional collaboration around investment and the timing of having everybody at the table at the same time to make sure that the effective delivery of these, particularly the infrastructure projects, are coordinated and the impact is seen, and the disinvestment can be, we can do some catch up while we are delivering this specific two contracts here. There's additional city infrastructure work and transportation work that is being added to, as well as investment in our small businesses and just people investment in general. So.
Thank you. And that makes me feel even better that there's this 10 million has the opportunity to be on top of all of what's queued in that corridor. That's a really good thing. Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I would just at some point like to see all the different pieces and how they fit together. I think that would be helpful for all of us. Thank you.
Yeah. Summer, I know you hate speaking, but you did a phenomenal job. I surprised her one day when we got the electric charge station grant. I got a phone call from Secretary Buttigieg, and I said, "All right, press conference in 2 hours." And well, she freaked out, but great job. All right, thank you all.
Thank you all.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to pass it over to you. I need to, unless you all want to take a break. Like 5 minutes, or you want to keep going? All right, I'm going to 5 minutes. All right, all right. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Be back at 3:55. Thank you. For 31 now? Who put up? Let's see. 31, Councilmember Rist. All right, what about 30? Oh, okay.
43.
Item 43, Councilmember Cook.
No, that was you.
Oh, that was me. I'm just teasing. Okay, well, here he is now. All right, item 31, Councilmember Rist. Yeah, 31, your pulled item. And thank you for the information earlier, Director Egan.
Yeah, actually, thank you, Director Egan. I just wanted to pull this to say, like, this is super important stuff, right? And I appreciate the memo that articulates that things have changed dramatically since COVID with respect to micromobility. There's just a number of important changes I want to highlight for my colleagues that you're making to ordinance to sort of make it easier for a range of micromobility options to be available. So I think it's all good stuff, and I just want to thank you for that. That's it.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just had a few questions only because of my, I can just pull I put my questions in my text here. All right. I know that there have been some municipalities who had serious issues with Oracle. And so whenever I see Oracle now, I am just careful. So this is not the RFP that I was initially going to reference, but I still want to ask the same questions. So in regards to the software, is it just for ERP or is it for like building and planning and inspections, everything else?
So first, thank you, Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Temp, City Council, City Manager Page. My name is Frederick Raven. I'm Chief Data Officer for Technology Solutions. Regarding your question, there were two RFPs that went out. One was for the ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning Solution, which also includes HCM, which is the Human Capital Management, EPM, which deals with the performance management, and there is the utility billing, which is also in that ERP RFP. Then there's a separate one that was for inspections and planning. That is a separate one. Oracle is they were a proponent. They submitted a response in both of those instances. In this instance, this is specific to the one that's for the ERP, EPM, utility billings, and HCM.
Okay, gotcha. So I'm going to assume that if there are two RFPs, then we are not locked into using Oracle in the other areas that you named for the second RFP.
That is absolutely correct. One of the things that actually happened was we had previously got the approval to move forward with an LDO replacement solution, and that is related to the inspections and planning solution. At that time, once we realized that we were also going to be looking into moving forward with an ERP, the recommendation of the CIO at that time was to actually put the RFP out first for the ERP solution, because that is your core business system, and make it a requirement that any inspections and planning solution that we bring on board is able to interface and communicate with that system. So you can get whatever ERP that you want, and whichever inspections and planning solution that we did choose would have to be able to be communicating with that ERP solution. So that was a prerequisite.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. And we pretty much outgrown Munis, pretty much, right?
I will say that our current solution, we have grown. Some of the differences is the current Munis system that we have is an on-prem solution, right? A city this size, we are, at the time when we first acquired Munis, we would go to their conferences. We were kind of like the flagship. We had customarily been one of the largest municipalities utilizing that system. And with the needs of the organization where we're going, both operationally and how we're trying to move strategically, this was definitely the time to move to an ERP solution, which provides us those cloud benefits, which means you can be anywhere. We for security reasons, we normally limit it to USA, but you could be anywhere around the world and you'll still be able to do the work that you need to do without any limitations. So that's just one of the first benefits that's available to just any regular user that's using it. The interface with being able to have a utility billing system, which is one of the prime usages of a lot of our residents, they're going to be able to benefit from some of that information as well, which deals with reporting and everything else.
And just out of curiosity, how has the experience been with Tyler Technologies?
Tyler Technologies, no, as a support model, Tyler Technology has been amazingly responsive at every turn. They did submit a proposal, and as we communicated with everyone that did give a response, they were not in the top 3.
That's all right. Councilmember Cook, you hear that? Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Hey, another issue, Tyler Technologies is now over the e-courts. It's going to be interesting for North Carolina. So thank you.
I just want to make sure we spell out some of that ERP for enterprise. I had to go back, enterprise resource planning, and then CIO, meaning the chief information officer. Just want to make sure those.
Correct. The chief information officer is the director of technology solutions, our IT department, which is Carrie Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, those are all of our pulled items. All right, now we have presentations. Yeah, we can go in order. And staff, feel free to talk as fast as you want. And you know, number 19 is the first one.
I'm ready. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. My name is Alicia Bass, and I'm with General Services. You saved the best presentation for last. I'm here to, oh, I got one more. Okay, well, the next to last, so I can next to last. I'm here to present.
We understand the intent.
I'm here to present the findings of phase 1 of our real property inventory and analysis study. Okay. It's not working. Okay. I got it. Thank you. So General Services engaged HRNA Advisors, which is a consultant, to examine a select inventory of properties that the city owns to identify if any of those parcels were suitable for affordable housing development. We understand how important of an issue affordable housing is for our city. And so we wanted to look at what we had available and see if that could be deployed for the community. HRNA Advisors created a model, and that model was based on 19 specific and measurable criteria. And then that model assigned each parcel that was studied a score. At the time of this study, the city had 1,134 parcels in its portfolio, and 711 of those parcels are currently in use by the city or has a future use by the city. And so those parcels are, for instance, our city hall, our office buildings, our operations centers like Public Works, cell phone, land for cell phone towers, tanks, you name it. We also have properties available for the benefit and the enjoyment of our residents, so our parks and trails and facilities like DPAC. We also knew at the time that we had 188 parcels that were not suitable for development at all. Those are slivers of property or remnants of property that are too small to develop. They're left over from maybe some transportation projects or construction projects. We also have properties that have some restriction associated with them. So maybe there's like a power line easement where you can't develop those properties. So that's what that 188 represents. So what we have left is 236 parcels for evaluation. And so this study focused on 100 of those parcels. And essentially what we did is we took the largest 100 of those 236. They applied this model, and the model generated 15 high-scoring sites. We had some discussion with other city departments, and we did physical site inspections. And so the number of those sites got reduced from 15 down to 10. And then what I do want to point out is, I say sites, but if you look at, for instance, the Fayetteville Road site contains 6 different parcels. And this is a map of those 10 sites. And as you can see, they're spread out nicely throughout the city. Our consultant anticipates that among those 10 sites, the potential yield in affordable housing units is anywhere from 46 to 106 units. I am here today to, one, present the information about these parcels, but to also seek your approval to declare the properties associated with this study as surplus. And so we do want to move into a phase 2, but in order to move into that, we want to seek your approval to declare the properties in this grouping as surplus. And then we will collaborate with our colleagues in community development and planning to determine what the next best steps are. In our phase 2, then we're going to take on looking at the remaining 136 vacant parcels that are left. And we'll also address small sites. So there's 16 small sites. I'll talk about that in just a minute. And so just briefly with the model, HRNA consulted with general services. We also brought in community development and planning and parks department, and we all worked together to help develop this model. The first 6 criteria that you see here, that determines whether the parcels are actually buildable. And then you have criteria 7 through 19, and those focus, they're weighted in order of importance, but they focus mostly on services and amenities that are located near these parcels. When you combine all 19 parcels, all 19 criteria together, that generates a score for each parcel. So what did we find out? The analysis of the 100 parcels generated 15 high-scoring sites, which, as I mentioned, went down to 10 after some internal discussion, generated or showed that we had 16 small sites. These sites are properties that are less than 1/4 of an acre in size, and they're focused on, they're more suitable for single-family development, duplex development. It also showed that there were 50 sites that are not optimized for development. And those properties may be in a flood zone or have some other physical limitation that restricts us from doing that. If you're doing the math, that does not equal 100. There are 19 parcels that at the very beginning of this study were forwarded to community development, and they issued an RFP for those well, I don't think they were all 19 of the parcels, but they issued an RFP for that in September of 2023. This is a table of those small parcels. This is something that we do want to address in phase 2. Again, these parcels are less than 1/4 of an acre in size. And they are best suited for single-family resident development. This is something we want to do some further due diligence on in our phase 2. And this, again, the table is the 15 high-scoring sites. Just wanted to show you the 5 that were excluded. The St. Joseph site, the Memphis Street site are already being evaluated for redevelopment by community development. The 2 parcels at the Jersey Avenue site, the Parks Department wishes to retain those for a future use. The Pratt Street site was just not physically feasible for development. And the 2 parcels located at the Twin Lakes site, The Parks Department also wants to hold those for future recreational use. And the Jersey Avenue sites physically abuts the Wrightwood Park, and the Twin Lakes Road sites obviously are in the Twin Lakes Park. So now I'll just run through the 10 properties. Again, a map to just orient you to where the properties are located throughout the city. The first site is located on Fayetteville Road in South Durham, near the intersection of Sutton Station and Woodcroft Parkway. There are 6 parcels here. Combined, they total 1.42 acres. If we left the zoning in place, we anticipate that we could develop maybe 3 units. If we get the zoning changed to residential, suburban, multifamily, with a small lot option, or rezone it to commercial neighborhood with townhouse options, that yield could be anywhere from 10 to 15. Site number 2 is located at 103 South Driver Street. This is at the intersection of Driver and Main Street. It's next door to the Maureen Joy Charter School, and it's in the East Durham Historic District. This site is approximately 1/3 of an acre. There's a 5,500 square foot building on it that was constructed in 1960, and it actually used to be used as a fire station. We anticipate that if we kept the existing structure, the potential yield would be 4 units. If that structure was demolished and something else was built, depending on what's built, we anticipate the yield could be anywhere from 5 to 12 units. Site 3 is at 111 East Seminary Avenue. This is in downtown Durham in the Cleveland Street Historic District. It is next door to the Mangum 506 condominiums and across the street from Durham Public Schools. This parcel is actually one of 2 parcels that makes up city parking lot number 37, city employee parking lot 37. The parcel by itself is 0.31 acres, but if you combine it with the adjacent parcel, which is also city-owned, that puts us at 1/2 acre. And we anticipate that 8 units could potentially be built here. We would need to collaborate with our colleagues in transportation in terms of the second parcel, but this is an option for us here in downtown Durham. Site number 4 is located at 4238 University Drive in the South Square area. This is at the intersection of University Drive and Martin Luther King Parkway. This is a 2-acre site. However, there's some topography issues here, and there's also some site access issues. It's unlikely that we would get permitting to access the property from University or MLK Parkway, so we would have to seek an easement for that. We anticipate that we could potentially develop 20 to 30 units here. You will notice that there's a parking lot at the southern end of this lot. That lot is leased to the Durham Regional Association of Realtors. And that is some further conversations we would need to have with them about what are the best steps forward. Site number 5 is Roxborough Street. Those are 4 parcels that are next door to the downtown Durham Dog Park. The acreage there is 0.69 acres. The buildable size is probably closer to 0.42 acres because there are some topography issues there. There's some stormwater infrastructure issues that we need to address and potentially a stream. But given the current zoning, we anticipate we could potentially develop anywhere from 2 to 6 units on that property, depending on the type of housing structure that's chosen. Next is 400 Enterprise Street, which is in the Forest Hills community. It's across the street from the Delta House. The acreage there is 0.26, but given the irregular shape of it, the buildable area is probably closer to 0.18 acres, probably about half of that. If we kept the current zoning at residential suburban, we could potentially get 2 to 4 units on that particular lot. Site number 7 is located at at 4020 Cheek Road at the intersection of near the intersection of Redwood and Cheek. This parcel is 1.4 acres in size, like the previous one with the irregular shape. The developable area is probably closer to 1 acre. Currently it's zoned rural residential. If we got that rezoned to rural residential 20, we anticipate we could develop anywhere from 2 to 4 units on this particular parcel. Site number 8, 709 East Maynard Avenue is in Northeast Durham. This parcel is half an acre. However, there are some stormwater infrastructure issues. If we can get that rerouted, we anticipate we could develop anywhere from 1 to 3 units. Site number 9 is 152 Glen Eden Road. This is also in South Durham. It's near the intersection of Fayetteville Road and Highway 54. Although it's almost an acre, it is very narrow. It's about 48 feet wide. And I know this is a challenging site to develop, but we put it here because, one, because it's a great location, but two, to also challenge us to think more creatively about the type of affordable housing units that we can offer. And so if we could get this rezoned to like a tiny house option or a small house option, we have a potential to develop, a significant number of units on the site. And our final site is 9303 NC Highway 751. This is donated to us by 751 South Development near South Point Mall. It is 0.87 acres. It's also in a regular shape. And so the buildable area there will be limited by the shape, but we anticipate that we could develop anywhere from 10 to 12 units. We do need to confirm that the current zoning can stay at mixed use development, but if we can, there's the potential there for 10 to 12 units. And so that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about these parcels or about my request to declare them as surplus.
Thank you. I know there are probably a lot of questions. So I will,
Okay.
For layman terms, I'm going to ask a simple question first. Could you just, in this context, state for just the public, what do you mean by surplus, and are we talking development as in housing only, or are there other types of development we can do?
We are talking about properties that the city that the city could deploy for other uses within our community. And then we are seeking to declare it surplus for the intention of developing affordable housing.
Well, when was that determination made for affordable housing?
That was the intention of our study.
Okay, got you. All right, Councilmember Cook.
Just one brief question, which is how do we go about, this might be a planning question, but how do we go about rezoning on properties that we own? What does that process look like?
It's the same process as.
So we apply to our own planning department?
That's correct.
Oh, they initiate it. Okay, so it's like self-initiated, but it would follow all the same requirements. Okay, cool, thanks.
We don't get to the front of the line either.
I was literally over here thinking like, man, I'm the angry neighbor. Like, I want to do what I want on my own land. Councilmember Baker.
Thank you. First of all, this is a really awesome presentation and kind of the flow and being able to understand how the process worked and how we arrived at these parcels and the analysis with HRNA. So one question I have is in this scenario where they're redeveloped, do we retain ownership of the land, or is this anticipating sale to nonprofit partners or community land trust or other folks?
That is the best path forward. That was what I was referencing when I said we would collaborate with community development. That we can do that through an RFP. We can also auction it off. We could do an upset bid. So there's some options that we have available. The last one we did was an RFP. So and with the RFP, that would be a nonprofit. So we would seek nonprofit partners to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess one thing that I'm always thinking about is sort of permanent affordable housing. And Sherry Taylor was here a little bit earlier, and she sort of spoke to the fact that the Durham Community Land Trust is in the business of providing affordable housing. One question I had, future land use class, is that just the future place type map from the comprehensive plan, from the place type map?
I believe it is.
Okay.
It's what we ideally would want the property to be used for.
Okay. I was just curious because in some cases, the future place type map is calling for, in one case, recreation and open space, in another case, neighborhood services. So the future place type map, the actual plan is not necessarily calling for housing on all of these. And so I think one thing that comes to my mind is opportunities for mixes of uses or live work units or other creative options that can combine other uses on the same site as housing, based on what is reflected in the plan. And other than that, I think there are a lot of opportunities to rezone properties for some higher densities, especially, if we're incorporating good quality design into the units, and can make sure that it's something to be proud of, and for the that's pedestrian and bike and transit oriented and not just sort of auto centric too. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. This was a great presentation. I really enjoyed the report and all the maps in there. They were really helpful. Did y'all track at all if there's other, and on any of the plots, is there any other public land close by, publicly held land? Like maybe the county owns something nearby, maybe the schools own something nearby. And I get that that's beyond the scope, but just as folks were looking at maps, that there would be potential collaboration with others, Duke, whoever.
Right. There is an opportunity for us to do that with the county. I mean, that's something that we're working on currently, because there are some county properties that are adjacent to city-owned properties. And we're talking about having conversations with them about conveying that to the city.
Thank you. So that's going to be the thing that I really want to see. I'm going to say yes, make it surplus, and B, make it as obviously the things that Parks and Rec has identified as, that's already near parks, yes, but as much as we can do housing, think about what are the potentials around us, with other partners. I'm glad that we're already thinking about the county, but any other institutional partners that may want to work with the city so that we can maximize what that building envelope looks like, especially if it makes it less irregular. Because to Councilmember Baker's point, if we have a little bit more land, maybe we get both housing and a thing. And that could be a win-win for all kinds of goals that we have as a community. So that's my one, hope. I guess I should put, I'm going to be a futurist. I'm going to put it out in the universe. That's what I want. And so let's see if it happens. Otherwise, this is excellent work. I know that adjacent to this is the housing work that I'm trying to move forward. And one of the things that folks were looking at was, what is all the publicly held land, small and large, and what's the opportunity there? So this is great that the city's already moved forward on this piece of it. So yay us. Thanks.
Cordell, Councilmember Freeman. All right, Chris.
Again, thank you for the presentation. Super fascinating and interesting. I just have one question following up with my colleague, Councilmember Baker. So what we're approving today is simply putting this property in declaring it surplus property, correct? That's all we're doing. Yeah. So then this question about how it will be, how we're gonna give this out, or whatever we do with the product, what is that, like you said, it could be an RFP, it could be other processes. So when does that decision happen, and what is our role in that?
I'm sure. Would you like to, jump in?
So I think we would work in partnership with Stacy Poston, General Services Department. I think we would work in partnership with the Community Development Department to determine, based on the specific site, what the best pathway is. So if we've got a single site, we might package a bunch of single sites together and issue an RFP like the one that y'all saw Monday night when you voted on that surplus property. For some of these that are more complex, we might think about what the pathway might be. Maybe this is a mid-sized developer that's responding to a solicitation that isn't a nonprofit, but for which we have some restrictive covenants related to affordability. So I think there's a diversity of numbers of units and size of parcels here. So that it's going to be a little bit of framing of each individual site or sites, batches of sites.
I guess I'd just say, I'd love to see as much of this in a community land trust as possible to address the issue of permanent affordability. So I think that's a big priority.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out how to frame as much of it as possible. What I'm most drawn to respond to, I want to say great presentation. I think the report is helpful. I'm wondering if we may have missed, and there's like 12 different things going on. First, in the 1,100 sites that we identified, are we looking like for fire stations, knowing that we need to rebuild a lot of them? Is that part of this conversation at all? Because before we go to surplus, I want to make sure that we're not letting sites off that could be possible alternative places where we could house fire stations and then kind of.
So this study did not address that. So we were solely looking at it from the lens of affordable housing.
Okay. And so based on that.
So let me just add a little bit to Alicia's comments there. So this year, the fire department has got some software where they're going to be able to identify the best locations for fire stations based on our growth. And so we're going to be able to think about land banking places where we need to have fire stations for the future, where the right size is going to be. So for instance, the one that we have up on the screen was supposed to be a fire station. It was donated to the city, and then the demand and the growth changed, so that's not the ideal location for that fire station. So that's sort of piece one, is that we have a strategy for planning of what we need for the future. Second piece is that these are too small, largely too small to put a fire station on when you talk about turning radiuses, trucks, things we're going to need to do, length of the vehicle. So for these, as a part of what we were doing, we intuitively knew that these were not going to be the locations for fire stations for the future.
So for the 18 you're talking about, not for all 1,100.
Yes, so we do not currently have land in inventory other than the land for Fire Station 19, for which we are intending to put a fire station on. We have software that we have just purchased or received approval for future fire stations beyond the ones that we have for planning, on a pacing of, as the fire chief has sort of talked to us about, every 3 years sort of planning to build another fire station. And that pacing based on growth, we will bake into the software and make smart decisions about where we need to purchase land for the future and land bank for what we think we need.
I got that. Thank you. And then just in general, I'm noticing it's a very conservative number on the number of units. I'm assuming you're assuming 1 2-story as opposed to multi-story. And is that because of the current zoning, or is there some guidance you got around that, or?
Yeah, I think so. The HRNA consulting team worked with our planning department, specifically Aaron Kane, and looked at what we thought the maximum density could do. And this, I would classify this as pre-development work, right? So once we get into these sites and we talk about topography and setbacks and variances and the things that we might need to have to really develop these sites and to achieve what we want to achieve on them, there'll be some decisions about, do we keep a little bit for open space? Do we keep a little bit for this? How much density is the right amount of density? So that developmental work will come as we begin to work through what we want to have on these, or our partners do through the solicitation process, where they come to us with ideas about how they might develop a particular site.
And then just noting, I know with the current conversation around updating the UDO, we're talking about multi-use. Are we looking at maybe having like a commercial with, apartments above, like making it more community friendly, because affordable housing is about affordability. And so where there are jobs and childcare services and other things that people need that can decrease cost, we can't just, when we talk about affordable housing, we got to talk about more than just the structure, the building itself.
Right.
And so what the uses are is important.
Right.
And I'm not sure that was incorporated at all.
I understand. That resonates with me. I understand what you're telling me.
And I think the employee parking lot, do our employees get to park in the new lot over here on, not what is that, Mangum? Yeah, Rigsby.
So there is some,
So our employees are, can park in any of the garages that we have. Probably, for a rental fee. What we do have free parking is the parking lot that's next to the church, behind the fire station #1. And the city pays for that parking for employees to be able to park there free. But we rent that parking space. We do not, that parking area, we don't own it.
So the lot that you were proposing that's employee parking now, is that free? There's a fee for that parking?
That one's free.
Okay.
That one is free.
So I would just want to make sure if we did take that out of operation, that we did figure out, because I mean, our employees don't make a lot of money that are parking in that lot that might need it.
And the parking lot that City Manager Page referenced is literally across the street.
But
So-
if it's already being used, what's the
Right.
likelihood of them being able to capture all of those other spots?
And that's what we want to collaborate with transportation to determine capacity.
Yeah, so you might want to talk to the county about how they did that parking deck with a wrap of apartments that's more than 8 units. And then I think there was one other thing. Oh, and then I agree. I just want to echo the sentiment around the land banking. I think that that's incredibly important in that it's 50 years seems like a long time, but it's not. I will say when I sat on the vestry for the church and we had to renew the urban ministries parking or the urban ministries lease, we went from the 50 years to a 99-year, just because that's what you want to see in the community. So you want to make sure that service is available. And so I would encourage us to really think about what that land banking looks like and the partnerships that we develop. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, for your great questions. Thank you for this presentation. Finally, a lot of this has been demystified by this. There's a perception that the government's this all powerful, land baron with all of this, unused land and stuff. And when folks say, you guys need to do this. So here's the list of what's in our holding, what we actually own. And it's been kind of alluded to it. This list does not preclude us from going out and buying more land. I mean, we can still participate in the market and use money to do other real estate acquisition. So while this might be finite in terms of what's actually in our portfolio, this does not preclude us from land banking, go out and buying if we need a fire station or whatever. Two, I know that affordable housing kind of has been our animating principle, but this is an opportunity for us to revisit the conversation of what do we want to do with our wealth and with our assets as a city. Some of these areas where these properties are located, our future land use map doesn't even anticipate housing being there. Do we want to build a youth empowerment center as a city? Do we want to have a city-owned event space or that gives subsidized opportunities for nonprofits and folk or to do business incubation or events? Housing, of course, is incredibly important. It should be a watchword. But the fact that the memo also gave us the sort of clued us in on upset bid sales and private negotiated sale, the apparatus we can use to dispose of the property. Would you give us just a really brief Reader's Digest primer on the upset bid sale, what that looks like as opposed to a private negotiated sale, and how we might want to employ that in doing something maybe not housing related or just how we can dispose of it, the land?
Right. So the upset bid process is it's kind of like when you go to the county and there's a property that's gone into foreclosure. You basically we issue the RFP. People can bid on it, and there's like a 10-day window where you can upset that bid, and it continues going for like a 10-day block until you get a high bidder. Then once you get that high bidder, that's the person that quote wins. That property goes to them, and it goes to them without restriction.
All right. Okay. And the private negotiated sale is we just enter into conversations with.
Correct.
Right. And those RFPs, they could or could not be for housing. I mean, we could get an idea that may make a light bulb go and say, hey, we hadn't thought about that. That might be a good idea for that particular location. Again, not to in any way, I can hear you guys back here, not to in any way devalue the need for housing, but or our mission for housing, but given how we've envisioned the city through our FLUM, our future land use map, comp plan, to at least be open to hearing some of the other ideas that might be that we can use for this land. Keeping in mind that we are still free to purchase other land and still do affordable housing in other, areas as well. So I just want to put that out there into the mix as we consider. Certainly, I support declaring this as surplus. There's no doubt in my mind that all of the due diligence and checklist that our staff needed to go through to ask us to make these surplus we're done. But I am interested beyond that, once we declare it surplus, in having a more robust and open conversation as to what could possibly be on these parcels moving forward. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Cook.
Yeah, I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this study was designed specifically to identify parcels that we thought would be good for housing. So there might be great parcels for other uses. That wasn't what this study would have identified. Is that true? Or did we sort of take all the largest ones?
We took the largest ones.
Okay. So okay. Interesting. Okay. That was all.
If I might. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think Councilmember Cook raises an excellent point. But insofar as we put the upset bid apparatus in our memo, we could see things that are not housing related just by nature of the process of getting those RFPs. And by definition, if we see those things, then it may occasion a conversation. As long as, again, yeah, that's all I'm saying, that because it's in our memo that if we go the upset bid way, folk out there might not know that, hey, we only want you to tell us how we use this for affordable housing. They may come up with some other ideas. And I'm just, particularly in areas where we haven't even anticipated, it may not be a good fit, just put people out there to live for the sake of affordable housing, but it's not near anything, or it's and I think Councilmember Freeman raised some of these issues that just open to the conversation. That's all I'm saying. But at this point, I certainly would support declaring these as surplus.
Yeah, this is more just around the rezoning piece of it. So, and maybe this is gonna just be a thing I have to follow up with Sarah from planning about, because we're in the middle of a UDO rewrite. And so the rules around zoning and how we're gonna proceed are kind of are in flux. And one of the things that I'm certainly interested in it is if things are if it is bound to an affordable housing project, I am certainly, and I'm one person, but certainly interested in that process moving much faster than if it's not. And so I guess, is there a potential test case in a way, because this is city owned, to put all that together, right? So that I think everyone here is in agreement doing surplus. I think some of us are interested in that there's various outcomes to that. But in the affordable housing part of it, that we could get the land rezoned or do whatever we need to do in a much quicker timeline than we traditionally see, because it's going to be affordable housing, and and because of what's also happening adjacent with the UDO. And I think that's going to more be a planning department question than anybody else's question. So I can just reach out to her.
Yeah, I just want to summarize my own thoughts that I think are reflected by some other council members. But when it comes to the affordability, some level of either permanent affordability or at least very, very long-term or permanent restrictions, I think that's something that I would support. Creative ideas, potential mixes of uses, and also taking a close look at the future place type map, because it is calling for different things in different places. And sometimes that's for very strategic purpose. High quality design, and coming back to what Councilmember Caballero was saying, I would support looking at the very best possible project on the site without allowing this current zoning to constrain us because of the UDO rewrite, because of the potential. And I hope that we will comprehensively rezone our entire city. And also because I think the council would back whatever is the best use of each of the sites. I can't promise that. And then thinking about each of these sites in a comprehensive and cohesive pattern, the context in which they are located and what's around them, so that they make up the fabric of the community and the fabric of the neighborhood, and creating a complete community. So that's 4 bullet points that kind of summarize my thoughts on that. But I also support making this surplus property. Thank you.
All right, I think I was going to ask some questions, but I think they've been addressed. I was going to ask, I know the study looked at, what land is available for development, but I was just really interested in how much we were tied to that. Some of the properties look a little weird, obviously, and it would be really hard to develop on. If we do run into a situation where it's just complicated to build on, would we be restricted to being able to explore other options? Because this is also property that could be a community asset in some other way. That's what I was thinking. But I think we sort of addressed it. All right. You need direction from us, or you good?
I just need your approval to declare it a surplus.
Okay.
And we'll take it and move it from there.
Yeah, so we will.
Okay.
In the general body meeting, we'll codify that decision at that time.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have one more, right? That we're going to do in 16 minutes. I'm sorry. Yeah. 27. Item 27. Yep. So don't you leave. All right. Item 27, UNRBA, and feel free to talk as fast as you want.
Good afternoon, Michelle Woolfolk from the Public Works Stormwater Department. And I will bet you that I can get through half of my presentation. Shoot, she went too fast. I thought I would be able to do it before she got it up. All right, I'm here to talk to you very briefly about the UNRBA. I am going to talk fast.
Give her a raise. There you go.
So just remember, before I get going, the part of the city that's north and east of 147 goes to Falls Lake or goes to the Neuse River. The part of the city that goes south and west of 147 goes to Jordan Lake. So just remember those 2 things. Thank you. There's a map. All those local governments are members of the UNRBA, except for the city of Roxborough, who's way up there in Person County. They are not a member. In the last year, there have been a lot of things that happened. The consensus principles 2 were approved by City Council in November, and then they turned around and went right to the state on November 22nd. Those principles came from the concepts and principles, which was a much longer document that we briefed you on last year as well. I'm not going to go over all of these again. Also happened in the last year, the watershed model that the UNRBA developed was delivered to the state, as well as all of the documentation. So this is a picture of the watershed model. There are predictions for water quality in every one of those areas that's demarcated by gray lines. Okay, now I'm going to slow down. Sources of nutrients, since there are several new members who haven't seen previous presentations, and Councilmember Rist asked about this earlier this year. I just wanted to briefly say that the sources of nutrients going to Falls Lake, that is what we're talking about, Falls Lake, are largely coming from forests for both nitrogen and phosphorus. And then I've highlighted stream banks because it goes from less than 1%, we round it up, of nitrogen to 15% of phosphorus. And it's the second biggest source of phosphorus. So that would be erosion that happens in the stream banks. So when people say that it's all the city of Durham, it's only the city of Durham's problem, we are not the biggest source. We're not the second biggest source in both of those cases. And again, just for folks that haven't seen these presentations before, the way that the model breaks down land use and predicts nitrogen and phosphorus coming from the different lands. This is a subset of probably about 50 different land uses that we look at, but these are the ones that were relevant for the city of Durham. So unmanaged land would be parks. It would be some of the vegetated right-of-ways. Developed open space, developed lands, obviously we're standing in the standing in the developed lands. Stream bank erosion would be the erosion that happens in the channel and that also undercuts the banks and makes the channel wider and deeper. Sand filters are a type of septic system. So septic systems we have separately than sand filters. Sand filters are put in places where the discharge from the septic tank can't be drained into something that goes through the ground. Sand filters are places where the discharge from the septic tank goes to a pipe and goes to a conveyance, a stream, a ditch, a whatever. So those are very different and we regulate those very differently than septic systems. So just to be clear on that. This year, some of the big things that are happening this year with the UNRBA, we've already voted, the directors voted at the last meeting to pursue a legislative change. The UNRBA has remade itself once already. It's about to remake itself again under a different set of statutes that exists, that has existed for a long time, that allows a local government group to implement water quality protection plans. So if we are successful, if the UNRBA is successful, the UNRBA will be the first group to ever take advantage of this piece of legislation, which has existed for more than 20 years, as near as we can tell. So if you hear something from our legislative team about this, this is something that we do support. Schedule for rules readoption. This is a slide that we have been given many times. I don't think it's actually going to happen this way. But we have started making progress to some of the things that are in the January through May timeline. I would not expect us to finish with rules readoption in 2026. I would expect it in 2027 and maybe even early 2028. It's just going to take that long for us to coalesce on what we need to have in there and to agree on the words because the words matter. Here's the budget categories for next year. Nothing really super interesting there. The budget came down for FY25. This is the first time since FY 2017 that the budget was under $1 million. So this is pretty significant and we're very happy about it. And I believe, yes, that is all I have. How's about that for speed talking?
You deserve a raise. All right.
So there's the names of all your team. You can ask any of us questions at any time. I think Aaron's already gone, so any questions?
Any questions? All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
Actually, I have to jump in.
Go ahead.
First of all, I just want to thank Ms. Woolfolk for this presentation. She summarized a lot of complex water science stuff and regulatory frameworks and all this kind of stuff in a few slides. This stuff is like really critical to all the conversations we're having about development in Southeast. So I just want to make sure that you all know this is like major stuff. And that Michelle and her colleagues at Stormwater, as well as the folks at Water Management, are on top of this stuff. But this is like, I hope we have a chance to dig into this further because there's a lot here that's really important to what we're all wrestling with in this council. So just want to put that out there.
So can I ask if you have the same information for Jordan Lake?
Jordan Lake is not as far in their process as Falls Lake is. They are actually quite a bit behind Falls Lake.
Yeah.
So we don't have any of that information for Jordan.
And that's pretty critical as well.
We're just writing the rules. for Jordan Lake. I was the representative on that last year, and they were just starting that. I think they're now doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. She said it was a bear. For the folks that didn't hear out there, it's a lot going on out there, basically.
The other thing to note too is like, so all the, what Ms. Woolfolk just presented was largely about this issue of about nutrients going into Falls Lake, right? Which is all about chlorophyll A and algae. Has nothing to do, for the most part, with anything related to bacteria or sedimentation. That's all a separate thing. We're largely focused right now at UNRBA on this issue of nutrient loads. So that's, I just want to put that again, that's one piece of Falls Lake. That's the main thing our regulatory environment is telling us to look at. But it doesn't, there's other issues that are also important. So I'll say that.
All right, thank you so much. All right, well, we do have one other matter. I need, for the sake of staff scheduling, I need to go back and address our July meeting. Because we're not, as of right now, I found out I'm not gonna be here. I really feel uncomfortable doing city business with so many people not being here. So did a little legal research. We, prior understanding was we were required to have a meeting at least once a month. But what we learned was as long as we address that meeting publicly with a rescheduled proposition in mind, then we could, would notify the public that that meeting will not happen. So that means we're amending our calendar and we're doing that on public record. So I need to basically, the options would be August 1st, 2nd, or 5th. And if we do it on the 5th, we will have an all-day meeting. That means we would do the work session that morning and we would do a council meeting that night. I have spoken to some of you, I know August 1st, some of you may not be back yet. So August 2nd, based on my conversations, seems to be the best day so far. What does that look like? We can start there.
You're asking about the 2nd, August 2nd?
August 2nd, yeah. That would be a work session.
And then the
it's a Friday. We would do it at we could do it at because it would be a rescheduled meeting. We could schedule it whenever we want.
It doesn't necessarily have to be at 1 o'clock.
Right. It could be 10.
So just a work session on the 2nd.
Work session, yeah. Now it'll be a quick turnaround for the general body meeting that Monday night coming up. Madam Attorney, you're giving me the look. Look, I'm a YouTube lawyer, so if I spoke out of compliance, let me know.
No, it's fine. It's not the legal standard. I did want to point out that, so I'm already booked for some personal travel on August 1st and 2nd, and the rest of the team is scheduled to be at the North Carolina Association of Municipal Attorneys meeting on August 1st and 2nd, like the entire office, which means that's fine. One of us could stay behind. We can probably negotiate that, but I just wanted you to be aware of it.
Mr. Mayor, I'm out of town until the 3rd of August.
So
it's one member. I'm just letting y'all know that out of the 3 dates that you listed, the only option I have is August 5th. Because that's when I had asked for that excused absence a couple of weeks ago and made my plans. Thank you.
You always say thank you so fast after your point. Like I'm going to be out of town on the 5th. I'll get back on the 5th. Thank you. Like, it's like a finger pop.
So does that mean that one option would be a work session and a
we could start. We could do like 9 a.m. that morning until we can go 9 to 12, 9 to 1, and then we come back later that night at 7.
Sounds like it's better for the city attorney's office as well. Not to put you on the spot. Yeah.
It would be better for the city attorney's office because I could be present at both.
Gotcha.
And I also am only one member, but I will not be available in the morning on the 5th. So I apologize, but I have district court. I already have, and I already set my court dates around this calendar. So
I mean, it's a longer week. We could do like afternoon of the 5th and then that evening, right?
I could be available probably starting around noon, or
so we do 1 o'clock,
possibly being a little bit late. Mr. Mayor, we've done that before. I mean, it's not pleasant, but we've certainly done employee evaluations for several hours and then had to do a council meeting. It's never fun, but
we've certainly had to have longer dates on as council members.
I have a question from the staff point of view. Wouldn't that work session would constitute what we'd be taking action on at that same, is that enough turnaround time from the staff point of view, or?
So, and staff will jump in if I go awry. But what we would do is we would actually have our pre-schedule based upon what you all decide. We would have, you know, our schedule adjusted for our staff. You would still have the material in advance of the meeting that you're going to have that is delayed. It would just be, you would be acting on it or, you know, discussing it in public on the same day that you have the action meeting, but, you know, you would have seen the information much earlier.
Right. Sometimes at this council, sometimes at work session, we may rewrite for stuff or ask for additional info, or, I mean, and I'm just, for y'all, if we did that on the same day as the meeting and something, how would that affect our productivity that night if we asked for something off script?
So if, in my opinion, if you were asking for something that required, you know, the staff to do additional work, we would probably move the item to a future meeting if we were not able to provide that follow-up for you in the hours between the work session and the meeting. So we would set the agenda without the item. It will be referred back to the administration in words that we use.
I'll certainly defer to the will of my colleagues, but I'd prefer not to do a work session the same day as a general meeting. Look how long we've been in this one. I would just feel comfortable if we could. If we have to, then of course we'll make it work, but I'd prefer not to do it on the same day.
All right, so I can do a poll to see, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to clarify, Attorney Ryberger, are your folks out of town that whole week, or is it just that Thursday and Friday?
So they're out of, and myself as well. They are out of town Thursday, Friday, and I fly out Thursday morning as well.
Okay.
Because there is also that Wednesday before, and I know that doesn't fix Councilmember Caballero's issue, but we'd also do have the 31st as a potential option, and then it would be in July.
All right. You here on the 31st, or you gone? Are you gone? All right, but everyone else is here. 31st of July. Are you in like Tanzania somewhere or China? You know, like it's on a Wednesday. I think for me, the only thing is psychologically, I feel like I'm still in July because I am like, dang, we don't have to jump the month of July off, but we do. So
we're gonna vote.
I just would that work? You guys, because that's the Wednesday.
I can be present on Wednesday, the 31st.
All right.
Are we gonna vote, or we do it? Because it does mean the one day we all can be there is the 5th.
Do I need to suspend the rules and vote on this to amend the calendar?
I think you're giving direction to staff to prepare an ordinance to amend the calendar.
All right, staff, put in your GPS, directing you to, we are looking at July 31st.
That's
the work session.
That is the work session to replace the work session on the 25th.
1 p.m.
31st.
On the 31st.
Like, I mean,
So wait a minute, just real quick. Yeah. So real quick, you're the only one that's missing on the 5th, right?
No, she's there.
I'm here on the 5th.
Who's missing on the 5th?
No one's missing on the 5th. We just said it was.
Oh, it's the same day.
It's just people didn't want to do it that day.
I was just one person who said I didn't want it, but if y'all decide, obviously.
That's what.
What would not. Oh, I got you.
Okay, let's do this. What is your preference?
My preference would be Wednesday, the 31st.
Nick, that.
First preference, the
You're gone.
Well, I still have a preference,
Yeah, that's right.
the fifth. Just write me off.
Freeman.
The 31st.
Fifth.
31st.
Of course, yeah. No, what is it like a mayor breaks the tie? I'm going to go with the fifth. Because I just don't want to rush back in town. That's all.
Madam Manager, to your point, though, the agenda will be live when we would normally have had it live. So I guess a thing we could do as council is be mindful and look at your agenda, and there's a resource person listed on your agenda.
All right.
Reach out to the
Councilmember Cook.
person. So I'm just saying, like, if folks, to the Mayor Pro Tem's point around the tight turnaround, we're still going to have our materials. And if folks have questions about those materials, then reach out, call or email the staff person associated with it to get your questions answered.
Sure. And I also want to say that I can also get an excused absence from the work session if y'all want to have it in the morning and have a break. That it's your.
Yeah, we'll do 1 p.m. on the 5th. Madam Clerk, we're recorded. Yes.
And that means officially drop on the 25th. So we're canceling that work session, right?
We're rescheduling.
Whatever. Yeah.
And my comment was related to our internal schedule. We would just keep our internal schedule for materials preparation as if the meeting was going to be on July 25th. And then yes. And then you all would just have it early.
On the 5th. All right, that is very helpful. All right, Madam Attorney, we're good. We're gonna have you all here. Everyone is gonna be here. We'll just be tired that night. And Councilmember Cook is gonna reach out to every resource person on the agenda to get all her questions asked prior to the meeting. Oh, she's pulling a Chelsea. And as we're getting out of here, guys, I did want to say on the record, there was a news story recently published that the city of Durham is choosing not to support summer camps. And that is not the case. I want to have respect for the rich debate that we had the other night. And I also want to highlight why Councilmember Freeman brought the item up, because there is not enough support, and we want to make sure we do support even more. So I just want, right? It's not. I don't know if it ever be enough, but to Spectrum News, please get it right. Don't do that again. I should not have said that on the record. Sorry, Madam Attorney. I'll retract that comment. To our media colleagues, please report accurately. All right, we are, yes. Oh my gosh, that's right. All right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome everybody to the 5 o'clock hour. The Council, Board, Committee, and Commission nominations are as follows. The Durham City County Environmental Affairs Board appointment, Tamer H. Schleckett. The Durham Affordable Housing Implementation Committee appointment is Tavion R. Hill. The Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau Discover Durham appointment is Sean Umstead. And the Durham Convention and Visitor Bureau mayoral appointment is Crystal E. Taylor, and that's the end of the report.
Thank you.
So just really quick, the second, and I know it's ultimately up to council, but we do get recommendations from Discover Durham on our appointees. And so as a liaison, I just want to raise that. So that is a matter that gets brought up during their board meetings with internal conversations as to why the recommendation was the recommendation. Obviously, we get to do what we want, but I just want folks to know that there were conversations in that board meeting that I was privy to around why the recommendation for the person was what it was.
Sydney Cove, yeah.
Sydney Cove, thank you.
And that wasn't the material.
Yeah, it was in our material. I'm just raising that for folks, including demographic breakup of the board.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Are there any changes or is that the final? Okay,
No.
those are your nominations.
All right, let us settle the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The agenda for the next council meeting is consent items 1 through 17, items 19 through 34, items 42 and 43. For GBA, item 35, and GBA public hearings, item 37, and items 39 through 41.
All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion to settle the agenda.
Move to settle.
Second.
All right, all in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, all opposed? All right, Madam Clerk.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you all. Enjoy your evening. And welcome to our intern over there. Councilman